Chapter 510. Do you think you can stop me? Tang Zheng was not intimidated as he walked straight towards Li Xiaotian with a murderous aura. He wanted to kill her. Li Xiaotian did not retreat. The corners of his mouth rose into a beautiful arc as he said indifferently, "Of course!" Tang Zheng had yet to figure out where his confidence came from when the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The floor disappeared and a huge black hole appeared beneath his feet. Other than Li Xiaotian at the door, everyone else's feet were suspended in the air as they fell rapidly. Tang Zheng cried out in alarm as he rushed towards the door. Li Xiaotian did not move at all. Even the smile on his face did not decrease in the slightest. Boom! 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 Numerous gun muzzles appeared on the roof and fired at them. A rain of bullets filled the sky as they shot towards them. Tang Zheng cried out in alarm. His grandfather was an ordinary person. How could he block this rain of bullets? He grabbed onto his grandfather, but was unable to avoid falling. After missing this opportunity, they had already fallen several hundred meters. Moreover, they had nowhere to grab onto. Even if they had great abilities, they were helpless. Li Xiaotian stood at the entrance of the hole and waved at the people who had already disappeared. He said with a smile, "Tang Zheng, farewell!" Bang! Darkness surrounded them in all directions. This black hole seemed to have no end. They had already fallen, who knew how far. "Is everyone all right?" "Tang Zheng, I'm fine." Feng Sure hurriedly said, "Where are we falling?" Tang Zheng did not know the answer either. Kai Guibin sighed and said, "I really did not expect this to be a trap. The other party really put in a lot of effort. I have never heard of such a black hole trap." Tang Zheng finally believed Kai Guibin. He was an abandoned pawn by Xingfeng. From now on, the dragon group was in Xingfeng's pocket. There was no one else who disagreed. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. We're not dead yet, so there's still a chance." Tang Zheng pretended to be calm and tried to persuade them. Tang Dahai was in a daze as he choked with sobs and said, "Little Zheng, this is all grandfather's fault. If not for saving me, you would not have fallen into this trap. Grandpa, it's not your fault. For you, I'm willing to give up my life. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely find a way to ensure everyone's safety." Tang Zheng knew that this time the odds were against him, but he still tried to comfort him. A glimmer of light appeared below. Tang Zheng was overjoyed and said, "We've reached the end." But when he saw the scene below, clearly he was so scared that his whole body turned cold. He shouted, "Not good, there's molten lava below." This black hole actually led to the underground magma. No wonder Li Xiaotian was so confident. Even if an expert of the Grandmaster realm fell into the molten magma, they would turn into nothing. Not even their bones would be left. What should he do now? With so many people falling down, there was no doubt that they would die. Squeak, squeak. Just as he was still in a state of shock, Xiao Bai suddenly cried out and happily rushed towards the magma, as if he was a wanderer returning home from home. Tang Zheng's heart moved, and he was overjoyed. That's right. How could I forget about that? Back then, didn't Xiao Bai hatch in the magma? Magma is terrifying to others, but to it, it's like water to a fish. The heavens have not abandoned me. I'm afraid that Li Xiaotian would never have dreamed that his Xiao Bai would be so miraculous, able to completely resist the magma. Xiao Bai rushed into the magma first. As if he was diving, he suddenly dived in and disappeared without a trace. The others did not know what was going on and cried out in alarm. "Ah, did it melt?" "Everyone, don't worry. We're saved." Tang Zheng hurriedly comforted them. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Bai's figure rushed out of the magma, splashing a fiery red spray. "Xiao Bai, quickly think of a way to save us." Seeing that they were about to fall into the magma, they could already feel the hot air waves. Xiao Bai cried out, opened his small mouth, and suddenly sucked. The fiery red magma turned into a thin line and quickly flew into his mouth. In an instant, the magma fell a long distance, but Xiao Bai was still tirelessly attracting the magma. His small belly gradually bulged, but he looked like he was enjoying it very much. Gui Qian Sui, become bigger, carry everyone. Everyone's falling speed was very amazing. Even if they could safely land later, this speed was enough to crush everyone. Gui Chensui's defense was the strongest, so Tang Zheng pinned his hopes on him. Gui Qiansui quickly became bigger, and several people immediately lay down on Gui Qiansui's turtle shell, falling rapidly. The fiery red light gradually faded, and the magma quickly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Bai's belly became rounder and rounder, his eyes became brighter, and his snow-white hair emitted a trace of red light. Whoosh! When Xiao Bai finally sucked the last bit of rolling magma into his stomach, he turned into a small ball and fell to the ground. He tried to kick a few times, but he could not get up. Bang! With a loud sound, Gui Qiansui hit the ground and rocks flew. The huge impact made Gui Qiansui bounce a bit before he finally landed on the ground. Everyone was lying on the turtle shell, but they still suffered a lot of impact. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening, so they were temporarily relieved. Gui Qiansui, how are you? Tang Zheng asked with concern. Shangxian, don't worry. I'm fine, Gui Qiansui said. Tang Zheng nodded and helped his grandfather and sure jump down from the turtle shell. When his legs stood on the ground again, he felt so warm and steady. Kai Guibin also jumped down. The light around was very dim, and the walls were still glowing red, so it was not completely dark. Xiao Bai. Tang Zheng saw Xiao Bai lying on the ground with his feet in the air and quickly rushed over to pick him up. But he could not help but cry out in pain and almost threw him away. It was hot all over like a flame. Seeing that its eyes were brimming with energy, Tang Zheng finally relaxed. It was obvious that it was fine. Xiao Bai, thank you. This time, if it was not for Xiao Bai, everyone would have died. It deserved this thank you. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Bai proudly blinked, as if saying you're welcome. It looked very cute. Putting down Xiao Bai and letting it digest the magma, Tang Zheng looked at the others. They were still in shock, and their expressions were not good, especially the old man, whose face was pale. The experience of escaping from death made his old heart almost jump out of his throat. Where are we? Tang Dahai asked. Kai Guibin bitterly said, a few thousand meters underground. From the time they fell, they could roughly estimate how far they fell. How do we go up? Fong Shirshir asked. Kai Guibin smiled bitterly. I can't climb up anyway. It depends on whether you have the ability. A few thousand meters is not impossible to climb up. Tang Zheng looked at the surrounding stone walls. The stone walls were very smooth. It was difficult for ordinary people, but if Tang Zheng wanted to climb up, it was not impossible. After surviving a great disaster, there will be good fortune. Everyone rest first. I will explore the way, Tang Zheng said and jumped up the stone wall. His 10 fingers were like knives as he grabbed a piece of rock and stabilized his body. He was like a spider, quickly climbing up the stone wall. After climbing a few hundred meters, there was no light at all. Little Zheng, be careful, Tang Dahai said with concern. Grandfather, I'm fine. Tang Zheng thought, and a ball of true fire jumped out from his fingertips, illuminating the surroundings. Ah, Tang Zheng was shocked. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. There were 3 holes diagonally above him. Why are there 3 holes? When we fell down, we didn't feel that there were other holes. Tang Zheng was confused. Different holes must lead to different directions. If we go to the wrong hole, then it will be impossible to climb up. Originally, Tang Zheng thought that it was a straight path, so he was not too worried. However, the fact was that there was more than 1 hole, making it difficult to climb. 3 is 3, then I'll try one by one. Tang Zheng did not give up and prepared to enter one of the holes to explore. However, the The corner of his eye glanced down, and he found it difficult to move his gaze. **CK. What the hell? Why is there more than one hole down there? Tang Zheng just crawled a distance in the darkness and did not feel that there were other holes. But the scene in front of him was completely different. He climbed up from one of the holes, which meant that he had already chosen one of the many directions. Even if he climbed up now, it was very likely that it was the wrong direction. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had thought that the situation was very serious, but it turned out that he had underestimated it. He could foresee that there would be countless forks above, but he had no choice. In other words, although they survived, the chances of finding the exit were slim. Let's go back the way we came. Otherwise it will be easy to separate from them later. But there were 3 holes in front of him. Which one should he choose? After hesitating for a moment, he could only choose one based on his feelings, and then crawled down. But after crawling for more than 100 meters, 3 more holes appeared in front of him. **CK, are you trying to kill me? If I choose to come here, won't I go crazy?** Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he had to bite the bullet and choose one. After crawling for a while, the hole appeared again, but this time it was not 3 holes, but 2 holes. *Grandpa, sure, Tang Zheng shouted, hoping that their voices could point him in the right direction. However, there was no answer, which meant that he really went in the right direction. This place is connected in all directions, just like a maze. It's completely dark. What am I supposed to do? Should I go back? He pondered for a moment and did not go back. Instead, he chose one of the holes and crawled down. Since there were so many black holes, he wanted to see where they led. After crawling for a while, a hot air wave hit his face and a red light appeared. Magma again. Tang Zheng was shocked. This meant that this was the end of the black hole. He went back the way he came and crawled into another black hole. Chapter 511. When he reached the end, the light became even brighter, illuminating the black hole. It's not magma. Tang Zheng was stunned. In front of him was a spacious stone room with a clear spring in the middle of the room. The light of the water was faint, and the cool feeling was emitted by this clear spring. Why was there a clear spring here? Why was it so different from the other black holes? Tang Zheng was puzzled. He jumped down, and the sound of his landing echoed around him. Walking to the side of the spring, he could see his reflection on the surface. The water was so clear that he could see the bottom. There was a small stone the size of a thumb at the bottom of the spring. If it weren't for Tang Zheng's superior eyesight, he might have overlooked this stone. This place was full of mysteries, and Tang Zheng would not let go of any clues. So he stretched out his hand and took out the stone. It was cold to the touch. It wasn't a stone, but a plant seed. There was a faint green light flowing around it. What is this thing? Tang Zheng had never seen this kind of thing before. He couldn't help but carefully examine it. But after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Forget it. I'll put it away first. Tang Zheng didn't examine it. He put it away in his sumaru pouch and went back the way he came. It took him a lot of effort to find his companions in this interconnected cave. When he announced the location of the cave, everyone's expression changed. They knew their chances of escaping were slim. The heavens will always leave a way out. We'll find a way. Tang Zheng encouraged them. Luckily, he had stored a lot of food in his summer pouch, so he wouldn't starve for the time being. In the base, Li Xiaotian was sitting in front of a large video screen. He sat cross-legged and stared at Xingfeng. Saintess, Tang Zheng's death is a good thing, but the life-continuing pill also went with him. How can I report this to my superiors? Xingfeng's face was ashen as he suppressed his anger. Li Xiaotian was unmoved. He shrugged and said, "That's not my problem. We're partners. You've achieved your goal, but you've harmed my interests. How can this be? I only care about Tang Zheng's life and death. Only a commoner like you would care about the life-continuing pill. However, Seeing how anxious you are, as a former business partner, I can give you a clear path. What Ming Lu? We've already sold so many life-continuing pills. Why don't we start with those people? Li Xiaotian asked with a smile that was not a smile. Perhaps some people would never have dreamt that Li Xiaotian's casual words would lead the trouble to them. Of the 10 life-continuing pills, 9 of them were sold to the 3 great clans, and the last one has already been impatiently consumed by the buyer. Don't tell me I have to snatch the last one from the 3 great clans. Although the dragon group was growing stronger by the day, they didn't dare to rashly target the 3 great families. Of course we don't need to target the 3 great clans together. Of course we'll target the big clan. Li Xiaotian sneered. Big family? Yan family has 5 life-continuing pills. Shouldn't they contribute a few? Li Xiaotian's eyes narrowed as he smiled, revealing a cold light. Li Xiaotian had always remembered the matter of Yan family rejecting her. As the holy maiden of Li Palace, how could she endure the Yan family's insinuations? This was undisguised revenge. Xing Feng's eyes lit up and said, "Smart! Dealing with the Yan family is much easier than dealing with the 3 great clans together. Moreover, I'm afraid that the other clans would be happy to see the Yan family suffer, so how could they jump out to become my enemy?" Li Xiaotian clapped his hands, stood up, and walked out. "My business is done, goodbye." "Holy maiden, we have such a tacit understanding. Why don't we continue and create a bigger sky?" Xing Feng said impatiently. Li Xiaotian did not stop, and said without turning his head, "Not interested." He disappeared through the door. Xing Feng's expression was unsettled as he secretly gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, "Li Xiaotian, I pointed out a bright path for you, but you turned a blind eye to it. In the future, when my dragon group is strong enough, I will not even put your Li Palace in my eyes. At that time, even if you beg to ally with me, it will be impossible." In addition, this time Tang Zheng had actually infiltrated the base, so there must be a mastermind behind it. If one were to ask who in this world had the ability to do so, then it would only be Su Yingtian from the National Security Agency. "Su Yingtian. Oh, Su Yingtian, I didn't go looking for you, but you came to provoke me first. Your National Security Agency's good days are gone, and are destined to become history." Xing Feng muttered to himself. Su Yingtian sneezed and stared at the screen. The locator that was originally installed on Tang Zheng's body had already lost its signal. Where did Tang Zheng go? The base's shielding system is unable to block this locator. So why did he disappear? Su Yingtian was puzzled. He looked at the technical staff under him, but the other party regretfully shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. "Bureau Chief, I'm afraid that Tang Zheng's situation is not looking good. Should we return?" His subordinate advised. Su Yingtian's expression fluctuated as he muttered to himself. "I had high hopes for him, but he actually failed so easily. I really can't accept this. Bureau Chief, the dragon group is growing larger by the day. We must find another way." His subordinate advised. "Let's return." Su Yingtian helplessly waved his hand and slumped into his chair. Ordinary balance on a messy riverside. 2 women stopped and stared at the river. One of them lightly said, "He is stronger than you expected." "Yes, his cultivation speed is hard to predict. After a while, he will give people a big surprise." Wu spoke the truth. "We searched all the way here. First, we went to the capital, but he had already left. After that, he disappeared into thin air. After suddenly appearing, he caused such a huge commotion. He really isn't a little guy who can stay idle." Lan Yu's face revealed a faint smile. "I wonder where he went now," Wu said regretfully. "He must have gone to save his grandfather. Is there any information on where the old man is being held?" Lan Yu asked. "In the base in the northwest desert." "Then let's go." "Yes, sir." Wu did not hesitate. although he knew that this would conflict with the dragon group. So what? If he dared to stop her and her master's wife, he would kill him. Ordinary balances, shocking battle had already spread to the ears of many people. Yen, Yi, Song, and Chu were the first to know of the news. The four great families were all shocked. Not only were they shocked by Tang Zheng's strength, they were even more shocked by the strength displayed by the dragon group. This newly established official organization actually had such great power. It was simply shocking to everyone's eyes. In the dark, many people already felt that the current situation had undergone a subtle change, as if a storm was brewing. In the Ye family, Yi Dingdang hurriedly rushed into his parents' room and asked, "Is there any news of him?" Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang looked at each other speechlessly. Yi Dingdang became anxious and asked, "Is there any news? Say something." Feng Xinyang held his daughter's hand and said earnestly, "Dingdang, Tang Zheng has disappeared. Just like last time, he disappeared into thin air. No one knows where he went." "How is that possible?" Yi Dingdang was in disbelief. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "No, his family has been captured. He will definitely go and rescue them. As long as we know where they are, we can find him." "Dingdang, the situation is far more complicated than you think. Everyone has underestimated the dragon group's strength. Right now, no one dares to rashly start a conflict with the dragon group," Yi Tianlei said earnestly. His words were filled with a sense of powerlessness. The great families originally thought that they were strong enough to not be restrained by the officials. However, they did not expect that the strength of the officials this time was far beyond their imagination. They were the frogs at the bottom of the well. They thought that they could do whatever they wanted with just one martial scholar expert. However, once the Qi country's officials showed their strength, they were suppressed. "You are afraid of the dragon group, but I am not. I am going to find Tang Zheng. If I have to die, I will die with him," Yi Dingdang said resolutely without the slightest fear. "You really are my Feng Xinyang's daughter. You are not afraid of the heavens or the earth." Feng Xinyang stroked her hair and said lovingly, "Dingdang, even if you really want to die with Tang Zheng, it is impossible because no one knows where those two people are. The dragon group is too mysterious. Outsiders have no way of knowing where they are." Yi Tianlei said helplessly, "Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" The two of them were silent. This was also a helpless action. Yi Dingdang was extremely disappointed. She unwillingly stomped her feet and walked out in large strides. Song Yu and Chu Xiaofeng were currently toasting each other. The two of them had excited expressions. Chu Xiaofeng excitedly said, "Tang Zheng the brat is really courting death. He provoked the big guy of the dragon group. Now he is not far from death. Tang Zheng has disappeared. Maybe he has already been secretly eliminated by the dragon group." Song Yu said with a smile, "Haha, that's even better. In any case, he's no longer a concern." Chu Xiaofeng said proudly, "Dragon Elephant Mountain, Yan family, Yan Patian, Yan Qishan, and Yan Luyan had already gathered together. The expressions of the 3 generations of grandfather and grandson were not good, as the matter this time had far exceeded their expectations. "Father, can Tang Zheng survive this crisis?" Yan Qishan asked. Yan Patian squinted his eyes, remaining calm and collected, as if he did not hear anything. Yan Qishan and Yan Luyan looked at each other helplessly and fell into silence. Dong dong dong. A burst of clear footsteps sounded out. Yan Patian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yan Qingyi. Yan Qingyi shook her head at her father and said, "Father, the heavens are unpredictable. I am not confident that Tang Zheng will be able to survive this time." The corner of Yan Potion's mouth twitched. "Qingyi, didn't you say that Tang Zheng will become the person who will turn the tide in the future? Why do you say that the heavens are unpredictable?" Yan Qishan could not help but ask. Yan Qingyi said indifferently, "I don't know what Tang Zheng encountered this time, but my predictions have deviated greatly. Even the things that I predicted in the past have become illusory. You're saying that Tang Zheng might not be the one to turn the tide? Yan Qingyi fell into silence, which could be considered as tacit agreement. Could it be that he encountered something big this time, and even the heavenly secrets have changed? Yan Patian asked suspiciously. I don't know either. Yan Qingyi said. This was something that she had never encountered before. In the past, the things that she had predicted would not change, but this time it had become illusory, causing her to doubt her own prediction skills for the first time. Chapter 512. Xing Feng brought a group of people in and arrogantly looked at the 4 people in the hall. He did not have the reverence that the others had towards the Yan family. Yan Potion's pupils constricted slightly as he stared fixedly at Xing Feng. Of course, he recognized this fierce person who had recently risen to prominence. Group leader Xing, what brings you here? Yan Patian went straight to the point. The Dragon Elephant Mountain has a myriad of phenomena. Yan family is entrenched here. What a grand occasion. Xing Feng said without answering the question. This is all the foundation that my ancestors laid down with a blade and a spear. Xing Feng smiled without batting an eyelid, and finally got to the point. I heard that the Yan family obtained a few life-continuing pills. I wonder if you can part with them? Yan Potion's heart trembled. The other party was actually here for the life-continuing pill. The principle of possessing a jade ring is truly not wrong. However, the Yan family was not an ordinary family. How could they hand over such a precious thing just based on a few words from the other party? The life-continuing pill was obtained by Lu Yun. If group leader Xing has taken a fancy to it, then I can sell it to you. Yan Patian did not directly refuse. However, this could already be considered a disguised rejection, because Yan Patian knew very well that Xing Feng would definitely not spend this money. Sure enough, Xing Feng frowned and said, I'm not going to spend money. Yan Patian sneered, then I can't help you. I don't want this life-continuing pill, but the people above. If you don't give it to me, you know very well what the consequences will be. Xing Feng pointed up and said, this was already a form of coercion and enticement. Yan Patian had seen too many people who relied on their power to bully others in his life. Ever since he got older, Xing Feng was the first person who dared to do so. Yan family's money is earned bit by the people below. If I were to waste it like this, then I would be poked at behind my back. My life is coming to an end, and I don't want to be cursed like this. Yan Patian had already expressed his attitude. However, Xing Feng did not plan to stop here. He said with a fake smile, then this will bring a lot of trouble to the Yan family. I have lived for so many years. I have many fears, but I am not afraid of trouble. Yan Patian said in opposition. Xing Feng did not expect that his opponent would not give him any face at all. His face gradually turned ashen as he said, then don't blame me for being merciless. As you wish. Xing Feng snorted and turned to leave. Seeing his figure disappear at the door, the few of them didn't look too good. Yan Qishan worriedly said, Father, Xing Feng's forces are very strong. If we reject him like this, we will attract a lot of trouble. The Yan family has even rejected the Li Palace, so why would they kowtow to the dragon group? When Yan Qishan heard this, he couldn't say anything more. Pass down the order. Tell the people below to pay attention to the slightest sign of trouble, Yan Qishan said again. They accepted the order. Although the news of the ordinary balance battle had been blocked from the public, this news still grew wings and traveled across the sea, reaching the ears of various countries. The Atlantic Empire and the island nation were among the first countries to know of this news. Huaxia's rise in power in the past few years was too rapid and eye-catching. Naturally, it was the focus of attention of many forces. This time, the appearance of the King Kong No. 1 was truly dazzling. The other countries' projects were all in a state of stagnation, but Huaxia was the first to succeed. How could this be? Immediately, many spies sneaked into Huaxia to secretly inquire about the details. In the magnificent castle of the Rockefeller family, Louis stood respectfully in the middle of the hall, facing the elders of the family. The person in the middle was the head of the Rockefeller family, Louis's father. His facial features were somewhat similar to Louis's, and his voice was deep and dignified. Louis, the last time you went to Huaxia, you did bring back a lot of news, but there was not a word about the Mecca. This is your dereliction of duty, understand? Louis bowed his head and said respectfully, Yes, but my descent plan has been implemented to the final stage. I can give Huaxia the heaviest blow. Even if they have Meccas, I can let them have a taste of the annihilation of a country. This plan is really good. Use the lives and blood of Huaxia people to open the mountain river blood sacrifice array and let the demon race descend. This will bring disaster to the people of Huaxia. When the cultivators were expelled, the demon race will definitely hold a grudge and will definitely attack Huaxia. We can reap the benefits, the head of the Rockefeller family praised. Louis added, When the demon race descends, I will form an alliance with them. When they first come to this world, they are at their weakest. With our help, they will get twice the result with half the effort. They will definitely not refuse our kindness. Even so, we can't take it lightly. The secrets of the Mecca must be obtained because this is our weapon to restrain the demon race in the future. Yes, our intelligence personnel have already infiltrated Huaxia. The Huaxia people are a people with obvious bad habits. There's a saying that is very popular in their country that money makes the world go round. We will open the way with money, and it will be successful. We will definitely get the secrets of the Mecca. Louis was full of confidence. In addition, why is there no movement from the 100 Faces star, Lord, you mentioned? Is he really going to hide in the 100,000 mountains? This is indeed very strange. Although he escaped, he did not leave the 100,000 mountains, and the fate of the demon god is unknown. But, Father, don't worry, I have sent people to keep an eye on the 100,000 mountains. As long as they come out, we will know. It's best if the 100 Faces star, Lord, starts a massacre and muddies the waters even more. Only then will we be able to fish in troubled waters. I hope so, haha. Only complacent and high-pitched laughter remained in the hall. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the red sun hung high in the sky. Two figures flashed across the yellow sand, leaving only shallow footprints. The two of them were like a gust of wind, like a torrential rain, advancing forward courageously. Not long after, the two of them stopped on top of a patch of yellow sand. This is it, Lan Yu asked. Wu nodded. It's right under our feet, but I don't know how to enter. The corner of Lan Yu's mouth curled up as he smiled and said, Since we've found our target, it's easy to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, his foot landed. With a muffled sound, the yellow sand flew up from the ground, as if it had escaped the effects of gravity, and soared into the air. With the place where her foot landed as a dot, in the blink of an eye, a huge circle was formed, and the yellow sand within it completely flew into the sky. The endless yellow sand made the azure sky turn yellow as well, creating a great scene. However, Lan Yu remained calm and collected, as if he had done nothing. Wu's eyelids twitched. She had always known that her master's wife was a martial artist, but she had never known her true cultivation. Now that she saw her make a move, she couldn't help but be shocked by the scene. A huge metal dome appeared beneath their feet. With a gotcha sound, the dome opened automatically. A group of people rushed out, glaring angrily as they shouted, Who are you? How dare you trespass into our base? We're looking for someone, Wu said. Since you've come, then don't even think about leaving. The leader has ordered that anyone who dares to trespass into the base will be killed without mercy. The other party was aggressive. Ka ka ka. The sound of gun bolts being pulled rose and fell. Lan Yu's face was full of smiles, without the slightest trace of fear, and asked, "Has Tang Jing been here before?" Bang, 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 the sound of gunshots answered her. Wu was about to take action and block the bullets for his master's wife. But he saw Lan Yu lightly point her finger, and the yellow sand that filled the sky fell down. The bullets were completely blocked by the yellow sand and fell to the ground. As she pointed her finger, the falling yellow sand in front of her flew out. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and in an instant the yellow sand completely scattered, turning into millions of fine sand. Puff, puff, puff! The fine sand pierced through the opponent's chest. This group of people's bodies were riddled with holes, as if they had been shot by a shotgun. They died on the spot and fell to the ground with a loud bang. 1 finger to break yin and yang, nothing more than that. I said that I would find the place. It's not difficult to enter. Lan Yu believed that she would not walk to the place where the dome opened just now, and pointed out again. Whoosh, a strong wind rose from the ground, sweeping up a cloud of yellow sand and rapidly spinning as it bombarded the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and a large hole appeared in front of them. The yellow sand rustled and fell down. Lan Yu raised his leg and jumped into the cave. Without any hesitation, Marshall followed. The 2 of them entered the base, but an ear-piercing alarm sounded in their ears, and they heard a series of shouts. Enemy invasion, enemy invasion. Accept the challenge, accept the challenge. However, Lan Yu leisurely walked towards the center of the base. Wu Yi followed beside her step by step. She looked around and was extremely vigilant. This time, she finally understood the strength of her master's wife. She was not inferior to her master at all. Immediately, a sense of reverence arose. If she had this kind of cultivation at her master's age, then her life would not have been in vain. Halt! A pair of soldiers rushed over, aimed at the 2 of them, and pulled the muzzle of their guns. Lan Yu's slender hand casually waved in front of her, and the bullets whistled through the air towards the walls on both sides. Sparks flew in all directions, but they were completely unharmed. "Where is Tang Jing?" Lan Yu asked softly. Although the voice was extremely soft, it was like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and blood even flowed out from the corners of their mouths. "Stop her! Stop her!" Someone shouted, "Quickly inform the boss." However, how could these people stop the 2 of them? Lan Yu seemed to have entered an unstoppable realm, and wherever she passed, the enemy would automatically split into 2 sides. That indomitable aura caused everyone's hearts to pound, and some people couldn't even bend their fingers to pull the trigger. Expert. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Only those who had been transformed into super soldiers understood what it meant to be frogs at the bottom of a well. Originally, they thought that they were already outstanding, but compared to a true expert, they were worthless. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to reach the center of the base, one of them finally couldn't help but shout, "King Kong number 2! Send out King Kong number 2! Boom! With a loud sound, the ground trembled violently, causing people to be unable to stand steadily. However, Lan Yu and Wu seemed to have taken root under their feet, and were not affected in the slightest. Bang! A pair of feet blocked the 2 of them. Looking up, they saw a huge monster blocking their path. Chapter 513. King Kong number 2 was the upgraded version of King Kong number 1 and had been equipped with many weapon systems. A huge revolving gun was aimed at Lan Yu and Marshall. Da-da-da! The muzzle of the gun turned, and the bullets poured out like water, shooting toward the 2 people. The moment the gun turned, the 2 of them jumped to the side. Lan Yu leaped and jumped onto warrior number 2's arm. The bullets couldn't hurt her at all. King Kong number 2 turned its head and stared at the enemy on its arm. With a caw sound, a black cannon barrel suddenly appeared on its shoulder. Boom! A cannonball shot towards Lan Yu. Lan Yu's figure was like a willow catkin as she lightly dodged and floated onto King Kong No. 2's shoulder. A pair of slender hands grabbed onto the cannon barrel. Bang! The cannon barrel was directly pulled away. With a flash of light, the cannon barrel in Lan Yu's hand was like a crutch as it ruthlessly smashed towards King Kong No. 2's head. King Kong No. 2's huge head tilted and sparks flew everywhere. Its huge body swayed and almost fell backwards. King Kong No. 2's fighting strength was originally not limited to this, but because this space was not big, it was restricted. Lan Yu was originally strong and relied on her nimble movements, which was why King Kong No. 2 was so passive. Lan Yu's face was calm, but the calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. Hand over Tang Zheng, or I'll tear this big guy apart. Lan Yu said, Tang Zheng is already dead. If you want to find him, go to the underworld. Someone shouted. Lan Yu's expression finally changed when she heard this. She gradually became gloomy, as if a layer of frost had formed on the surface of a calm lake. You guys killed him? Yes. To go against the dragon group, you will die without a burial ground. You dare to kill him? Lan Yu's brows gradually revealed a killing intent that was as cold as a steel blade. Impossible. How could you possibly kill Tang Zheng? Marshall's heart felt empty for no reason as he shouted in panic. Humph, if you don't believe it, go to the underworld and reunite with him. Then you will naturally believe it. The dragon group was aggressive. King Kong No. 2 killed the two of them. Roar. Vajra No. 2 let out an angry roar and got down on all fours. With a sudden swing of its body, it threw Lan Yu off. Then it bent its front legs slightly and kicked off its hind legs, pouncing towards Lan Yu. Lan Yu didn't retreat or dodge. She slowly raised her arm. Compared to Vajra No. 2's huge body, her arm was like a small stone compared to a giant rock. However, her aura was not weak in the slightest. She stood firmly in place, like a stabilizing needle in the sea, unmoving. She raised her arms to her chest as Vajra No. 2 pounced in front of her. In the next second, she felt as if she would be bitten into pieces by that huge mouth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. The members of the dragon group were delighted. This attack was definitely going to succeed. Just now, the Vajra No. 1 had not unleashed its full strength, which was why it was in a passive position. Wu's heart also jumped to her throat. She really wanted to rush forward and block this attack for her master's wife, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. However, she found that her legs were no longer flexible. She turned pale with fright. It turned out that the aura that her master's wife had displayed had completely intimidated her, causing her movements to become sluggish and her muscles to stiffen. After practicing martial arts for so many years, she had only felt this kind of aura from her master. However, the aura that her master's wife had displayed was not weaker than her master's. Vajra No. 2 came to a halt, just like a speeding sports car that had suddenly come to a halt. It stopped right in front of Lan Yu. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The members of the dragon group were even more stiff. Their complacent expressions were still hanging on their faces, but their mouths were already wide open. Hand. Those with sharp eyes immediately noticed that there was a hand in front of Vajra No. 2. It was a very slender hand, but in everyone's eyes, this hand was filled with endless power, causing their expressions to change. Break. Lan Yu's red lips slightly opened as she spat out a word. However, this word was earth-shattering. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, rumbling and reverberating in the air. Before everyone could understand what was going on, they saw a crack spreading from the fingertip. In the blink of an eye, Vajra No. 2's metallic head was filled with cracks. Boom! With a loud explosion, this huge head exploded into pieces of metal, scattering in all directions and smashing onto the members of the dragon group. However, they were still in a daze. This was because they were already stunned. Their brains had temporarily lost the ability to think. Was this still a human? Many people were thinking about this question in their minds. However, they were quickly awakened by the sound of Vajra number 2 falling to the ground. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Although they were not far from Lan Yu, this short distance was like a natural moat that no one dared to cross. In fact, no one even dared to try to take the step. Lan Yu lifted her leg and walked towards the crowd. The other party immediately retreated to the side, fearing that they would not be able to make it in time. Marshall followed her master's wife step by step. It was like a dream, but there was a person's figure that was becoming more and more familiar in her heart. She silently muttered that she must find Tang Zheng. The two of them walked to the center of the base and passed by the huge workshop where mechas were assembled. Lan Yu did not even look at it. In the end, the two of them arrived in front of the bottomless black hole. The black hole was like a bloody mouth that devoured people, causing people to feel fear. Lan Yu stopped for a long time. Her eyes gradually dimmed. She faintly sighed and turned around to leave. Marshall hurriedly chased after her and asked, "Mistress, is there really no hope?" "That hole is so deep that I can't see the bottom. I don't know where it leads to. Even if I were to fall in, I would still die without a doubt, let alone him," Lan Yu said listlessly. "Then, if we can't find him, how can we prove his identity? I'm going to ask your master. He should have a definite answer. If he really is my child, I will come here again. At that time, it won't be just a Mecca, but the entire base, and these people will be buried with my child." His tone was cold and murderous. Just hearing it would make people tremble in fear. Fortunately, her voice was not loud and the others were hiding far away from her. Otherwise, they would have been even more frightened when they heard this. He couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Tang Zheng, especially the skin-to-skin relationship in the 10,000 huge mountains. It was even more deeply etched in his memory. Back then, although she tried her best to forget that matter, it was like a nightmare that was deeply imprinted in her mind. It would appear from time to time. After all, she was a girl. Of course, she would remember the first time in her life. No matter how hard she tried, it was impossible for her to forget. On the contrary, the more she wanted to forget, the clearer she would remember. Now that he was dead, she should have been happy. After all, she used to wish that she could eat Tang Zheng alive. However, she found that she was not happy at all. She was listless, as if all the strength in her body had been sucked away. She left with her mistress like a walking corpse. Seeing the two figures swagger and disappear into the vast desert, the dragon group seemed to have awoken from a dream and was completely boiling with excitement. When Xingfeng, who was far away in the capital, heard this news, he was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. When he found out Wu's identity, he was unable to restrain his anger and wished that he could immediately find the martial sect to get back at him. However, he was already past the age of impulsiveness. In the blink of an eye, he gradually suppressed his anger and turned his attention to another person. He had searched through all kinds of information, but there was no information about this person. This made him very frightened. Such a heaven-defying expert was actually wandering under the information of the dragon group. This made him feel a deep sense of fear. However, he was sure that the other party was from the martial sect. This made him feel even more mysterious and powerful. Originally, he was full of confidence that he could contend against the three great organizations and even pull them down from their divine altar. But now he realized that his thoughts were too naive. Although the dragon group relied on its powerful resources and scientific and technological strength to allow its overall strength to soar, it was still a short time after all. If it wanted to contend against a deep-rooted organization like the three great organizations, it was still quite a distance away. No wonder after Li Xiaotian saw the strength of the dragon group, she did not feel the slightest bit of fear toward Xingfeng. Instead, she wanted to leave and did not have the slightest bit of reluctance because she had this kind of strong confidence, firmly believing that the dragon group was not a match for the Lee Palace. Thus, from the beginning to the end, she had only used the dragon group and did not truly put the dragon group in her eyes. The reverence she usually showed was all an act. Xing Feng immediately felt a deep sense of powerlessness and humiliation. But this feeling did not last long before it turned into another kind of belief. He urgently hoped that the dragon group's strength would rise to another level and suppress the three great organizations. He wanted this proud, mysterious organization to be ruthlessly trampled by him and trampled under his feet. As soon as possible, increase the fighting strength of the other Vajra. Xing Feng gave the order. Furthermore, immediately carry out repairs to the base and increase the security. We absolutely cannot let outsiders take advantage of this opportunity. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, the red landline beside his seat rang. His heart trembled as he hurriedly calmed himself down. This number could only be called by a few people, and these people were his backing. However, just as he placed the phone beside his ear and listened to a few words, his face became extremely gloomy as he said in fear and trepidation, "Tang Zheng is indeed dead, but the life-continuing pill did not completely follow him. I will make a military pledge. Within 10 days, I will definitely deliver the life-continuing pill to you." Xing Feng's voice was sonorous and powerful, with some of the aura of a soldier. However, the seductive manner in his words was incompatible, completely lowering his imposing manner. After hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath and frowned. "The higher-ups are urging me for the life-continuing pill. If I am unable to take it out, then the position of the leader of the dragon group will be in jeopardy." Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart, making him realize a serious problem. Although it seemed that he had great power now and had countless elite soldiers in his hands, all of this was given to him by the people above him. As long as the higher-ups said a word, all of this would be taken away and he would become a penniless fellow. No, I must firmly grasp the dragon group in my hands so that no one can take it away from me. If those old fogies can do whatever they want, why can't I, Xing Feng, do the same? His face was ruthless as he gritted his teeth. He silently made up his mind, and many different thoughts appeared in his mind. Chapter 5:14. Once, twice, thrice, Tang Zheng could not remember how many times he had climbed up the wall of the cave, but every time he would get lost. Fortunately, he had made marks along the way so that he could return the way he came. Several people stared at him with wide eyes, their eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Zheng secretly sighed and said encouragingly, "There is always a way out. We will definitely find the exit." "But those people are definitely still guarding the cave entrance. Aren't we just walking right into a trap?" Tang Dahai's spirit had recovered quite a bit, but his eyebrows were still filled with worry. "There is no one who can stop us," Tang Zheng firmly said. "Little Zheng, this time this matter is too big. You are making an enemy of the country. If you go out, where can you go? Could it be that you are going to escape abroad and live your life as an exile?" Tang Dahai worriedly said. Tang Zheng understood his grandfather's thoughts. People from the last century, especially the elderly, most of them had a pure heart and many times were even more important to the country than their own life. Tang Zheng's series of actions in the eyes of the old man could be considered treacherous, but he was worried about his grandson's feelings, so he did not say it out loud. No matter what, he had to dispel his grandfather's worries. Thus, Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to taste it, but instead sat down cross-legged and said, "Grandfather, I was raised by you since I was young. How could I do such a thing? The dragon group does not represent the country, but rather it is controlled by evil people with ulterior motives, harming the innocent. What I am doing is beneficial to the country and the people." The old man was skeptical. Tang Zheng's gaze turned and stared at Kai Guibin and said, "Commander Kai, say something fair. Am I really betraying the country by doing this? Kai Guebin hesitated for a moment, then lightly shook his head. Tang Dahai was extremely moved as he asked in bewilderment, "Is that true?" He knew that Kai Guebin was a government official, so he was especially interested in his words. Kai Guebin deeply looked at Tang Zheng and said, "The government officials are not all good people. There are also parasites, and these parasites all represent their own personal interests, ignoring the country's interests. Fighting with these people is indeed beneficial to the country and the people." Immediately, Tang Dahai truly let out a sigh of relief. The heart that was originally in his throat finally returned to his stomach. Between his brows was a bit more relaxed and happy as he said with some lingering fear, "Then I can be at ease. I was just worried that little Zheng would go down the wrong path." Tang Zheng gratefully looked at Kai Guebin. Kai Guebin's expression was lonely. The corner of his mouth hung a bitter smile. He was probably the only one present who felt the most desolate. He was the second in command of the dragon group, but he had become an abandoned pawn. This feeling of abandonment made him feel at a loss. "Commander Kai, after we go out, if you are interested, I can introduce you to another place," Tang Zheng said. Kai Guebin bitterly smiled, not saying anything. He did not take it seriously. "Since these holes are innumerable, no matter how we climb, we will get lost. Why not use a more violent method and destroy all these holes, then walk up step by step?" His heart was happy, thinking that this was not a bad idea, so he had everyone hide under Gue Qian Sui's turtle shell. With a thought, he prepared to summon the 4 symbols Venerables. This big guy's destruction was simply like the help of the gods. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, staring blankly at the 4 symbols Venerables that were left in the Sumer bag and were connected to each other. But he was completely unable to summon the 4 symbols Venerables, as if there was an invisible force suppressing them, not letting them come out. What was going on? Tang Zheng had never encountered this kind of situation. It was simply inconceivable. Could it be that there was a problem with the Sumer bag? But just as he took out the food from the Sumer bag, he hurriedly tried to take out the food. With a thought, the food appeared in his hands without any problems. Strange, only the 4 symbols Venerables were affected. Why was it like this? He hurriedly voiced his doubts, and the others also found it inconceivable. Fong Shirshir held her chin with one hand, thinking hard. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she pointed around, saying, "Could it be that this place restricts the 4 symbols Venerables from appearing?" "This place? I don't feel anything special about this place," Tang Zheng said suspiciously. He did not feel the fluctuations of a formation here, which meant that this place was the same as any other place. There was no power that could restrain the 4 symbols Venerables. "Tang Zheng, you're wrong. This place is definitely not simple. Have you ever seen any landform like this?" Fong Shirshir persisted in her opinion. Her words enlightened him, and Tang Zheng suddenly realized. That's right, he had only been focused on finding the way out, and had overlooked the uniqueness of this landform. It was impossible for this kind of situation to occur in a natural landform. There might really be a way out among all these holes. Just now, I went to quite a few forks, and I found that the deepest part was magma, and only the bottom of that hole had a clear spring. This is something worth investigating. He finally realized that he had overlooked an extremely serious problem, and hurriedly took out the seed. The green light swam around the surface of the seed, mysterious and beautiful. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over, and they gathered together to carefully examine the seed. When they heard Tang Zheng's description, they felt even more amazed. "This seed is definitely not simple, but what kind of seed is it?" Kai Guebin muttered to himself. "Captain Kai, I have a question. Why was the base built above this cave? There are hidden dangers here. Aren't you afraid that the base will collapse?" Tang Jing noticed another suspicious point. Kai Guebin shook his head blankly. I only found out about this base after joining the clan's dragon group, so I don't know the answer to your question. In short, there's something strange about this place. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Xiaobai weakly called out. The little guy had swallowed too much magma and had turned into a round ball, lying on the ground, unable to move. Looking at its naive appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. He bent down and picked it up, patted its little head, and comforted it. Xiaobai, in order to save us, you really worked hard this time. Xiaobai, however, acted as if it didn't hear anything, and its pair of eyes stared blankly at the green seed. Xiaobai, this is not delicious, you can't eat it. Tang Zheng had experienced the nature of the little guy's gluttonous nature, and hurriedly said. Xiaobai was indifferent, and still stared at the seed in Tang Zheng's hand. Suddenly, Xiaobai opened its mouth and bit down on Tang Zheng's palm. Tang Zheng had never been on guard against Xiaobai, and was suddenly bitten by the little guy's 2 rows of sharp teeth. The sharp teeth directly embedded into the palm, and blood immediately flowed out, dyeing the palm red. Seeing this, the others were shocked and shouted. Tang Zheng quickly let it go, it's dangerous. Xiaobai didn't let go, but looked at Xiaobai in puzzlement. He and the little guy had been together for a long time, and Xiaobai had helped him a lot and even saved his life. He trusted Xiaobai from the bottom of his heart, and didn't think that it would harm him. So even if it was painful, he endured and looked at it suspiciously. Xiaobai took a bite and let go, still staring at the seed. The blood had already dyed the seed red, and a trace of red light lit up, enveloping the seed, and the crystal clear green color swam faster. The blood on Tang Zheng's palm was absorbed by the seed in an instant. Suddenly, Tang Zheng felt a burning pain in the palm of his hand, and quickly let go of his hand, and the seed immediately fell to the ground. Kacha! With a crisp cracking sound, the seed hit the ground and broke open, and a green light rushed out, and the whole cave was illuminated by the green light. Look, the seed has taken root and sprouted. Feng Shishir pointed to the ground and cheered. This is really amazing. The seed absorbed Tang Zheng's blood and actually broke through the soil and took root, turning into a bean sprout-like seedling. Amazing, amazing. Tang Dahai and Kai Guibin couldn't help but exclaim. But immediately Tang Zheng's exclamation also sounded, Wow, what a strong vitality! In the past, when he was at the peak of Ordinary Balance Mountain, and even in the 100,000 Great Mountains, he had seen much stronger spiritual energy than the outside world. Spiritual energy is the source of a cultivator's power, and Tian Chanzi once said that this world's spiritual energy has become very thin, so most people's cultivation will be very slow. The world's spiritual energy is less and less the more it is used, unlike oxygen, which can be synthesized through photosynthesis. Therefore, later on, the cultivation environment left for cultivators will be worse. But what made Tang Zheng's heart beat fiercely was that the spiritual energy emitted by this little seedling was much denser than any other place he had seen before. It was simply a feeling that made it difficult for people to breathe. Feng Shishir took a deep breath, and her handsome face was also full of surprise, and said dumbstruck, This is spiritual energy? The two of them were too familiar with spiritual energy, and they used the spirit gathering pill to make up for the lack of spiritual energy, and then they accidentally obtained spirit stones, so they were more familiar with this kind of pure spiritual energy than ordinary cultivators. But whether it was the spirit gathering pill or the spirit stones, there was no way they could compare to the spiritual energy emitted by this little seedling. This was simply a spiritual energy fountain, continuously emitting outwards, and even Tang Dahai and Kai Guibin's spirits were shaken, as if they were a few years younger. The spiritual energy entered their 8 extraordinary meridians, and removed many of the impurities that had been left in their meridians over the years. To them, this was a kind of transformation of their bodies, and although the two of them didn't understand this point, they still felt refreshed and comfortable, and suddenly looked at Tang Zheng at the same time. Seeing Tang Zheng staring at the little seedling, they also fixed their eyes on the little seedling. Was all of this brought about by this little seedling? Before Tang Zheng could react, a cheerful voice sounded in his mind. Master, what a strong spiritual energy! Ling is too happy. This was naturally the 300-year-old ginseng Ling. At that time, she said that she would soon transform into a human. So Tang Jing put her in his summer pouch. But he didn't expect that this strong spiritual energy would penetrate the summer pouch, and even Ling absorbed it. Ling laughter was like a burst of silver bells, crisp and pleasant to listen to. Chapter 5:15. Hearing that Linger was about to transform into a human, Tang Zheng hurriedly took her out of his summer pouch. In the flower pot, Linger was shining brightly, emitting a light green light. When the others heard that the ginseng was about to transform, they were all moved and stared at her. Hua hua hua. Ari's branches and leaves swayed back and forth, emitting a pleasing sound like a silver bell. Ari's giggles rang out incessantly, making people involuntarily feel her joy. Whoosh, the spirit energy emitted by the sapling was quickly absorbed by Ling. The branches and leaves were full of green, tender and beautiful, and the light green light became brighter and brighter. Finally, with a flash of light, the cave was completely enveloped by the green light, so bright that people subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, everyone was dumbstruck. A charming person stood in front of them, wearing a long green dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin was whiter than snow. She was full of spirit energy from head to toe. You are Linga? Tang Zheng calmed down a little. He did not think that Linger would be so beautiful after transforming into a human. Linger delicately nodded and directly hugged Tang Zheng's arm, happily saying, Master, I am Linger. A pair of towering breasts rubbed against Tang Zheng's arm, making people restless. Tang Zheng dryly coughed twice and, without leaving a trace, pulled his hand out of her chest and said, Linger, congratulations! All of this is Master's credit. If not for following Master, Linger would not have this kind of opportunity. Linger charmingly said, You are really Linger. How did you become such a beautiful girl? Tang Dahai felt that all of this was like a dream. It was hard to believe. Linger bounced in front of the old man and cheerfully said, Grandfather, Linger can help you do things in the future. You don't have to work so hard at home. Tang Dahai beamed as he stroked her hair and said, Good girl. Kai Guibin sighed in his heart. This Tang Zheng's luck was too great. Even a stalk of ginseng could transform. This was completely a ginseng spirit, a legendary spiritual object. Linger gradually calmed down. Her gaze locked onto the little seedling as she muttered to herself. This little seedling's spiritual energy is too strong. It's like the legendary tree of life. The others were stunned when they heard this and quickly asked, What is the tree of life? Linger said, The tree of life is the origin of all living things. It is said that it was a magical tree that existed since the beginning of the world. It is the ancestor of all plants. The tree of life contains powerful spiritual energy, and it will continuously emit spiritual energy to improve the natural environment, allowing the world to have more spiritual energy, making it more suitable for survival. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. This tree of life was too powerful. Now the natural environment was bad, and the spiritual energy was thin. It was not suitable for cultivation. If this was really the tree of life, then the natural environment would be greatly improved in the future, and the spiritual energy would gradually become abundant. Wouldn't cultivation be twice the result with half the effort? This was simply the good news for the cultivators. He looked at the little seedling in disbelief. Did it really have such a strong power? Linger, how did you know about this? This was a matter of great importance and could not be careless. Tang Zheng naturally had to ask clearly. This was what grandfather told me. Grandfather said that our ancestor was the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life had disappeared for many years, so the spiritual energy was getting thinner and thinner. Linger replied, Grandfather said that the Tree of Life was a towering tree with luxuriant leaves. I wonder when this little seedling will grow to such a size. As the voice fell, the two leaves of the little seedling swayed. A green light soared into the sky and extended towards the cave above. Several people subconsciously retreated. They were shocked by this scene. But the transformation of the little seedling did not end there. The little seedling rapidly grew and instantly became as thick as a bucket. The leaves also became very huge and crazily rushed towards the cave above. Furthermore, it was still growing. It wouldn't take long before it would fill up the entire cave. Everyone would be crushed to pieces by the terrifying roots. Climb up the tree trunk, quick! Tang Zheng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He carried his grandfather up the tree trunk, and the others also jumped up. Xiao, Bai, and Gui Qiansui also lied on the tree trunk, and along with the growth of the tree trunk, they quickly rushed up. Looking down, the cave was already filled with the tree trunk, and the little seedling had already grown into a towering tree. Many roots grew out from the tree trunk and drilled into the surrounding caves. In a short while those caves were filled up. Tang Zheng, as if awakened from a dream, exclaimed, I know, these caves were originally the Tree of Life's growth. No wonder they are so well connected. This must be caused by the growth of the roots of the Tree of Life. The others' eyes lit up and agreed with this judgment. Doesn't that mean we can see the light of day again? Feng Shishir was overjoyed. We are on the main trunk. Don't fall down. The Tree of Life will definitely break out of the ground. At that time, we will be out of trouble. Tang Zheng reminded. Everyone's spirit was greatly lifted. They tightly grasped the tree trunk and quickly rushed up. Fortunately, Tang Dahai had already experienced everything before. His spirit muscles were already very big. Otherwise, he would definitely be scared to death by this battle. The tree trunk exuded a faint green light, dispelling the darkness along the way, allowing people to clearly see the roots spreading out from the trunk, making its roots incomparably solid in the cave. We have reached the top. Tang Zheng looked at the steel floor not far above his head and reminded, Hold on tight. Tang Zheng had a hunch that the seemingly solid steel bar would not be able to stop the tree trunk. Sure enough, the sound of ripping silk rang out. With a kacha, the steel plate was penetrated. The tree trunk went straight through, but it didn't stop there. It continued to press forward. Boom! A large hole was also pierced through the dome of the base, and the base shook violently. After Lan Yu's torment, the base was already in a mess, and everyone was in a panic. Suddenly, they found that it was as if there was an earthquake, and they could not stand up. They could not help but turn pale with fright and cry out. The base was in a complete mess. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and the tree trunk pierced through the layers of yellow sand, breaking out of the ground and arriving at the surface of the desert. Tang Zheng and the others lay on the tree trunk and finally saw the light of day again. They were all overjoyed. However, the tree trunk did not stop at all. It was as if it wanted to pierce through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it grew several hundred meters tall. Moreover, it did not only grow vertically, but also horizontally. Many branches grew out from it, and densely packed leaves covered the branches. The Tree of Life was like a large umbrella, blocking out the dazzling sunlight and enveloping the space within a radius of over 1,000 meters. Just as Tang Zheng thought that the Tree of Life would continue to grow and soar into the sky, the growth suddenly stopped. Everyone lay on the treetops, looking at each other. What do we do now? Feng Shishir asked. Look at the ground. Tang Zheng pointed below. The ground was sparsely scattered like ants, and there were many members of the dragon group gathered there. These people were looking up at the treetops, and their faces were dull. You guys stay on the tree. I will be back soon. Gui Qian Sui, protect them well, Tang Zheng ordered. Although he had escaped, Tang Zheng did not plan to leave. The dragon group and Li Xiaotian had tricked him, and he almost died underground. How could he leave so easily? Learning from his mistakes, Tang Zheng's mentality had changed quite a bit. In the past, he still felt that it was a pity for those sophisticated weapons. But now, those weapons were in Xing Feng's hands, and the more sophisticated the weapons were, the greater the threat to Tang Zheng. In for a penny, in for a pound. Then I will mess with your base and make you, Xing Feng, feel heartache. Tang Zheng slid down the tree trunk, and before the enemy could react, he had already landed on the ground. Looking at this extraordinary person, many people woke up from their dream and shouted, "Kill him!" Tang Zheng's movement was much faster than them. In a flash, he had already sneaked into the base and went straight to the center. He just happened to see Xing Feng's image appear on a huge screen, and immediately he swaggered over. When the others saw this, they all rose up to resist, but they were all defeated by Tang Zheng. Xing Feng was flustered and exasperated. He could only watch all of this happen, but he was powerless to do anything. He could only shout hoarsely, "Tang Zheng, you are not dead? How can you not be dead? Xing Feng, are you disappointed? Just you wait, no matter where you are. Your free and unfettered days don't last long." Tang Zheng said with a murderous aura, "You dare to destroy my base? You are going against me, against the country. You will definitely die." Xing Feng roared with an ashen face. "You can only represent yourself and the backers behind you. You can't represent the country. Don't give me a big hat." Tang Zheng said disdainfully, "This time I will destroy your base. Let's see what else you can use to go against me." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed a chair beside him and threw it fiercely towards the screen. Xing Feng was so scared that he subconsciously took a few steps back. With a loud bang, the screen shattered, and the image flickered a few times before turning pitch black. Tang Zheng walked out in large strides, heading straight for the weapon warehouse and workshop. When he saw all kinds of sophisticated weapons, he summoned the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows. Whang! The bowstring trembled, and the shooting sun arrows flew out, piercing through the shells of the 3 weapons and equipment. With a few rumbling sounds, the weapons and equipment turned into flames. In the end, he stood in the middle of the huge assembly workshop. One by one, the giant mech-s were not yet completed, but they were already gradually revealing their brilliance. With a leap, he jumped onto a mech, grabbed the other party's head, and tore it off. Following the same pattern, the mech's limbs were torn off and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The huge workshop turned into ruins in a moment. However, Tang Zheng also discovered the remains of King Kong No. 2. When he saw its exploded head, he couldn't help but be puzzled. This big fellow had been destroyed during the battle. He didn't know who was so powerful to be able to destroy it. He didn't investigate further and leisurely left the base. No one stopped him. Without Xing Feng around, these people were nothing to be afraid of. Standing under the Tree of Life, he stared blankly at the towering tree. He could clearly feel that there was an additional life force in the desert. Kacha! Chapter 5:16. Thunder in winter was not normal. Moreover, this bolt of lightning was thick and bright, as if it wanted to turn the Tree of Life into charcoal. A ball of green light rose from the top of the tree and met the lightning head-on. With a loud bang, the silver and green lights intertwined in the air. It was gorgeous and dazzling, completely overshadowing the light of the sun. Tang Zheng discovered something strange. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles, so why was there lightning and thunder? How strange! Kacha! Kacha! Before he could figure out this problem, 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky and landed on the Tree of Life. These bolts of lightning seemed to have a mind of their own and would not be satisfied until they cut down this towering tree. Whoosh! The green light soared into the sky, and half of the sky was dyed green. 2 huge bolts of lightning flashed wildly, trying to break free from the green light, but found that it was futile. In the blink of an eye, the lightning disappeared. The green light exploded in the sky like fireworks. It was incomparably dazzling and turned into specks of green light. Walala! It started to rain. It was a downpour. It was rare for it to rain in this desert, and it was impossible for it to rain in this cold winter. But at this moment it was raining heavily. Moreover, the sky was bright, and there were no dark clouds at all. No one knew where the rain came from. Tang Zheng felt completely different. When the rain fell on his body, he could clearly feel traces of spiritual energy contained in the rain, slapping on his skin. Ordinary rain could not contain spiritual energy, but this rain was clearly not ordinary rain. It was formed by the explosion of the green light. The tree of life is really magical. It's really magical. Tang Zheng exclaimed. The other ordinary people did not have such sharp senses. They only saw the sudden rain in the clear sky and could not help but feel a sense of novelty. Tang Zheng did not waste this gift from the tree of life. He quickly circulated the ancient, clear heaven scroll and dragon god's secret art. The 2 cultivation techniques immediately displayed their magical effects. 2 vortexes formed above Tang Zheng's head, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth frantically poured into his body. Like a whale sucking in water, the spirit qi in Tang Zheng's body rapidly increased and was transformed into true qi, filling up his 8 extraordinary meridians. A golden light suddenly blossomed from his body. As the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed increased, he finally turned into a golden man. The heavy rain stopped, and so did Tang Zheng. The golden light grew thicker and thicker until it finally transformed into a small golden dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it drilled into his mind and disappeared into his forehead, leaving behind a golden mark. This imprint was very faint, but upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a golden dragon head, full of dragon might. Tang Zheng was stunned. After absorbing this spiritual energy, the divine dragon art had unknowingly broken through to the 2nd layer. The divine dragon secret art had a total of 6 levels, and it was a cultivation technique of the dragon clan. Moreover, the divine dragon secret art was very difficult to learn at the beginning. In the past, it was not easy for him to reach the 1st level of the divine dragon secret art. After that, the divine dragon technique did not make any progress for a long time, so he temporarily neglected this technique. However, at this moment, he actually made a breakthrough, and there was an additional golden dragon in his mind. This little dragon had 2 dragon claws, and it was awe-inspiring. It was branded on his forehead, and he wondered what was so special about it. I'll ask the 5-clawed golden dragon when I reach the capital. He suppressed the curiosity in his heart and looked at the treetop. He waved to the others, and they quickly slid down the tree trunk. Let's leave this place first. During this period of time, the old man had been frightened, so Tang Zheng wanted to settle him down first before going to find Xing Feng to settle the score. As for the Tree of Life's mysteries, since this tree grew here, it would not run away. He could carefully study it later. Kai Guabin was hesitant. Captain Kai, you have already become Xing Feng's abandoned pawn. Do you still want to stay here? You should be clearer than me on what the consequences will be. Tang Zheng lightly said. Kai Guabin had been in the system for so many years, so he naturally knew what would happen if he stayed. With Xing Feng's style, he would definitely push all the blame for this failure on him. Maybe he would kill him first and report later. The dead tell no tales, and even if the higher-ups wanted to investigate, they would have no way to do so. Kai Guabin compromised and deeply looked at the devastated base. He originally thought that his career would take a big leap here, but he never thought that this place would become his Waterloo. He was disheartened. The few of them left the base, but the people of the Dragon Group were still in shock. Everything that happened today was completely beyond their imagination. But the miracle did not stop. The rain moistened the yellow sand, and a cool breeze blew by. Traces of green came out from the yellow sand. "Look!" Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked at their feet, and in a short while the yellow sand was filled with green. Grass came out from the yellow sand, turning it into a grassland. A desert turning into a grassland. This was something that no amount of technology could do. But at this moment, it was done in an instant. If this was not a miracle, then what was? Everyone raised their heads to look at the tree of life. Without a doubt, this miracle was bestowed by it, and it was the credit of the rain. The tree of life's crown covered over 1,000 meters of space, turning the ground into a lush green. It was a stark contrast to the yellow soil of the other places, like an oasis in the desert. The people of the Dragon Group looked at each other. The base was destroyed, and they were like dragons without a leader. They did not know what to do. Rumble! A military transport plane flew over their heads, and parachutes bloomed in the sky like flowers. A group of people landed lightly on the ground, and the person in the lead was Su Ingtian. Su Ingtian stood under the tree and gave off a powerful aura. His subordinates surrounded him and looked at the people from the Dragon Group with vigilance. However, these people were also shocked by the miracle. Su Ingtian looked at the Tree of Life, and he was speechless for a long time. Just now he was about to return, but he suddenly saw a towering tree rise from the ground, and lightning flashed. Such a huge scene immediately attracted him back. But when he saw this miracle with his own eyes, he understood that the shock in his heart was far beyond his imagination. As the director of the National Security Bureau, he knew more secrets than many people, such as this base. In the past, this base was built because it was in the desert and it was suitable for secret weapons research and development, and it was not easy to be discovered by the enemy. Another important reason was that they accidentally found a big hole in the desert. The hole was so deep that they could not see the bottom, and it was scattered, crisscrossing, and they did not know what was below the hole. The country was very clear that there were many miracles in the land of Huaxia, so they immediately began to research the hole to see if they could find anything useful. Therefore, this base settled down here and successfully covered up the hole. However, after several generations of research, they still could not find the secret of the hole. They only knew that the hole was so deep that they could not see the bottom, and the hole was so crisscrossed that the researchers had no way to explore it. In the end, they had to give up, and the hole was sealed, and the relevant researchers withdrew. But another function of the base was retained, and that was to research secret military weapons. This country had many similar research bases, and they were scattered in every corner of the country. There were traces of these bases in the desert, lakes, and mountains, and ordinary people would not know about them. Su Ingtian looked at the towering tree and guessed that this might be the thing that the researchers were looking forward to discovering. But why did it suddenly appear in this world today? What's going on here? He was in the sky just now and did not see clearly what had happened, so he signaled his subordinates to capture a member of the Dragon Group. The other party was still in shock and stammered, "Tang Zheng." All of this started because of him. Tang Zheng? Su Ingtian originally thought that Tang Zheng was dead and his plan had failed, and a sense of defeat shrouded his heart. But he did not expect that he was completely wrong. Tang Zheng had given him a big surprise. But what did this tree have to do with Tang Zheng? Where was Tang Zheng? He wanted to find him and ask him clearly and find out the ins and outs of this tree. After asking around, he found out that Tang Zheng had already brought his people away. Thus, he immediately gave the order that he must find Tang Zheng and protect his safety at all costs. He was very clear about what Xing Feng would do when he went berserk, so of course he could not let Xing Feng succeed. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Two people walked out from behind a sand dune. His pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the two of them. The two of them were strolling leisurely, but in the blink of an eye, they actually closed the distance between them and arrived in front of him. When the members of the dragon group saw the two of them, they subconsciously retreated. Their expressions were filled with fear, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Martial sect? Su Ingtian recognized Martial, but he did not know anything about the beautiful young woman beside her, and could not help but frown. Lan Yu raised her head and stared at the tree of life. She took a deep breath and said, "What a dense spiritual energy." Spiritual energy was something that ordinary people could not sense. Although Lan Yu was a martial artist, her realm had already reached a certain level, so she could clearly sense the spiritual energy in the air. However, she was not like Tang Zhang, who could turn the spiritual energy into her own for her own use. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth has undergone a huge change because of this towering tree. It won't be long before the spiritual qi of heaven and earth becomes abundant. For cultivators, this is a great thing. She muttered to herself. Her mood and attitude could not be seen. Could it be that what should come is really coming? Back then, the cultivators were expelled. Could it be that it is time for them to return? Even the living environment has been unknowingly prepared for them. Hearing that, Su Ingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Lan Yu did not even turn her head as she stared at the tree of life for a long time. After a long while, she turned her head to look at Su Ingtian and asked, "Tang Zheng is not dead. This is related to Tang Zheng, right?" Su Ingtian hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." A hint of joy flashed across Lan Yu's face as she impatiently asked, "Where is he? I want to see him." Su Ingtian shook his head. "I don't know either." Chapter 517. Countless researchers rushed to the base. Looking at the Tree of Life, one could imagine the shock. The military had already listed this large desert as a military-restricted area. Satellites in space were monitoring it 24 hours a day to prevent foreign forces from spying on it. The research on the cave that had ended in failure was put on the agenda again. All kinds of research equipment were directly transported by plane. Not long after, various detection and research on the Tree of Life began. But what made the researchers helpless was that this towering tree emitted some kind of mysterious power. The space within a radius of 1,000 meters was covered by this power, and no one could get close. The underground base was also covered with the roots of the tree. Humans were simply unable to get close. This base was completely ruined. When Xingfeng stopped here and saw this scene with his own eyes, his face was ashen and he was speechless. This time, the dragon group had suffered heavy losses. He had already been severely criticized by the higher-ups. He was so cunning that he directly pushed all of this to Tang Zheng and Kai Guibin. He lied that Kai Guibin and Tang Zheng colluded and launched a sudden attack on the base, which led to the heavy losses. He did not rashly involve the National Security Bureau. After all, the National Security Bureau had developed for so many years, and its strength was not ordinary. Without absolute certainty, he would not fall out with the other party. The Martial Organization and the National Security Bureau are involved, and this mysterious tree has appeared. Damn, everything has turned into paste. It's getting more and more chaotic. Xingfeng was not afraid of chaos. He was best at fishing in troubled waters. However, there was no place for him to use for the time being. Thus, he immediately returned to the capital. Without a doubt, he promised the backer behind him that he must get the life-continuing pill within a week. Otherwise, his position would not be guaranteed. There was a reason why the backer was so anxious. One of them was old and near the end of his life, so he could not wait to use the life-continuing pill to save his life. The end of the year was approaching. The capital, a big city with tens of millions of people, suddenly became deserted. The migrant workers gradually returned to their hometown. Xingfeng's car smoothly arrived at a secret club. Two people stood at the entrance of the club looking forward to it. When they saw him get out of the car, the two hurriedly greeted him warmly. Leader Xing is here. Looking at the smiles on their faces, Xing Feng also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Young Master Song, young Master Chu, I've kept you waiting. Team Leader Xing is busy every day. It's only right to wait for a while. Chu Xiaofeng smiled shyly. Things were different now. The Chu family had already declined. Now that they were relying on the Song family, they were not immediately exposed. However, people with discerning eyes no longer liked the Chu family. Chu Xiaofeng had suffered a lot recently. Those who used to flatter him had gradually distanced themselves from him. He was like a god of plague. However, fortunately, Song Yu still brought him along to play, so he could still maintain his image as a young master. This time, Xing Feng took the initiative to invite Song Yu and Chu Xiaofeng. Song Yu was not surprised, but Chu Xiaofeng was flattered and did not dare to put on airs like before. Looking at Chu Xiaofeng's expression, Xing Feng was secretly pleased. In the past, he would always be careful when facing these aristocratic family disciples. For example, when he faced Long Tingyu in the past, it was the same. But now, these people from the big families had to be respectful and cautious when facing him. This kind of huge change brought about a great sense of accomplishment, and it couldn't be any better. He knew very well that all these changes were because he was the leader of the dragon group. Without the dragon group, he was nothing. These arrogant people from large families would not even spare him a glance. Both parties entered the private room, dismissed their attendants, and toasted each other happily. Not long after, they called each other brothers. Sigh. Suddenly, Xing Feng let out a heavy sigh. Song Yu understood the meaning of the song and asked cooperatively, Big Brother Xing's future is bright. Why are you sighing? Xing Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. You two brothers might not know, but recently I've been in a terrible state because of a matter. I'm afraid I won't be able to sit in this position for long. Big Brother Xing must be joking. Other than you, who else can be the leader of the dragon group? Moreover, your results are obvious to everyone. Who can snatch away your credit? Chu Xiaofeng fought for the injustice and said, You two brothers are also straightforward people, so I won't hide it from you. A while ago, the life-continuing pill appeared in the capital. I'm sure you two are very clear about it, right? Song Yu's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance, but on the surface he remained calm. Chu Xiaofeng, on the other hand, had a face full of displeasure and said indignantly, Isn't it just something that Tang Zheng, that brat, deliberately put up for auction? During that period of time, the Chu clan was in a terrible state and did not obtain a single life-continuing pill. The other 3 clans benefited, especially the Yen family, who obtained 5 life-continuing pills. That's right, it's the life-continuing pill that Tang Zheng created. I don't know where this brat got his luck from, but he actually managed to create such a heaven-defying pill. It's said that the effects are pretty good. The people above want this thing, so this mission naturally fell on my shoulders. Oh, then let's go find that brat. I don't believe he won't give it to us. Chu Xiaofeng said as a matter of fact. Song Yu rolled her eyes at Chu Xiaofeng, feeling a bit embarrassed. During this period of time, Chu Xiaofeng only cared about eating, drinking, and playing. He did not care about anything else and did not even know about the struggle between Tang Zheng and the dragon group. Only then would he say such an amateur's words. Xing Feng's heart also flashed with disdain, thinking that this Chu Xiaofeng was a hopeless fool. Now that his clan was in decline, he was even less useful. He turned his head to look at Song Yu. Song Yu understood and said, That day my family also obtained 2 life-continuing pills, but they were already used by my father and father. Otherwise, I would have given them to Big Brother Xing. This was purely a perfunctory speech. Of the 2 life-continuing pills that he had one, there was actually 1 left. One of them had entered the stomach of the Song family's patriarch, and the remaining one was a life-saving item, so it was closely guarded. Of course, this truth could not be told to anyone. Xing Feng did not look into the truth of his words and only pretended to be moved as he said, "If other people were as reasonable as little brother, then I would not be in such a terrible situation. To tell you two little brothers the truth, this Tang Zheng is a slippery loach. Wanting to force him to hand over the life-continuing pills is not an easy matter." That day, the one who obtained the most life-continuing pills was the Yen family. However, the Yen family was not as reasonable as the Song family had. They purposely kept the life-continuing pills for themselves and did not hand them over. This made me very passive. Song Yu's heart was filled with disdain, thinking that only an idiot would hand over such a miraculous pill. However, on the surface, she pretended to be angry and said, "The Yen family has always been arrogant. They don't even put our other clans in their eyes, but they actually dared to treat big brother Xing like this. They must have eaten the heart of a leopard and should be severely punished." Song Yu also understood the meaning behind Xing Feng's words. This fellow was clearly afraid of dealing with the Yen family alone. He wanted to rope in the Song and Chu families to deal with the Yen family. This way, their chances of success would be greater. The corners of Xing Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. It was easy to talk to smart people, and he knew that Song Yu had already guessed his thoughts. Thus, he no longer hesitated and went straight to the point. The Yen family is a big family and they run amok. This kind of family should be eliminated. On the other hand, the Song family and the Chu family, who are so righteous, should become stronger. I think so too, but the Yen family is powerful after all, and it won't be easy for us to shake his position. However, if we have the help of the Dragon Group, I believe that this matter will be much easier. The other party finally revealed his foxtail, and Song Yu continued to speak as if he was beating a snake on a stick. "My two brothers are deeply righteous. Take this cup of wine as my toast to you. The Dragon Group has long disliked the Yen family. This time, let's join hands and definitely make the Yen family look good." Xing Feng said in high spirits. Song Yu and Chu Xiaofeng raised their wine cups, and the three of them looked at each other and smiled. The Yen family did not know that a storm was about to sweep over them. Yen Qingyi quickly walked into her father's room and said impatiently, "Father, the heavens are clear. My previous prediction was not wrong. Tang Zheng's fate has not been changed." Yen Patian held his teacup, took a sip of tea, lightly smacked his lips, and said, "Tang Zheng has already escaped danger. The change in the heavens this time might be related to the newly appeared towering tree." The news about the Tree of Life had already reached the desk of the relevant personnel, and the Yen family was naturally one of the people who knew about it. Yen Qingyi, on the other hand, didn't know about the towering tree. After listening to his father's explanation, his eyes lit up, and he said, "It's most likely this tree that caused the changes in the mysteries of heaven. What kind of tree is this? I want to see it for myself." "That place has already been sealed off by the military. No one else can get close to it." Yen Qingyi remained unmoved. "I will naturally find a way." After saying that, she left with large strides. Yen Patian stared blankly at the setting sun and muttered to himself, "Tang Zheng, oh Tang Zheng, the Yen family has placed most of their chips on you. You better not disappoint me, otherwise the Yen family's losses will be hard to estimate." Tang Zheng did not know about Yen Potion's worries. He brought a group of people and left the desert, heading back home. He did not hide from others and directly returned to Ordinary Balance's home. The blockade here had already been removed, and although there were still many police spies, no one dared to act rashly. Without the pressure of the Dragon Group, the Ordinary Balance officials did not want to touch Tang Zheng. After all, the impression of that battle was too deep, and no one dared to underestimate Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was not afraid that the people from the Dragon Group would come looking for him again. Without the mech, the super warrior was not his match at all. If Xing Feng dared to come to Ordinary Balance, it would suit him even more. He would not hesitate to let Xing Feng go underground to celebrate the new year. There was also an even more important reason that prompted him to return to ordinary balance. The old man still had too many old brothers in ordinary balance. In order to not let them worry, and in order to not let the neighbors gossip that Tang Zheng was an enemy of the country, he stubbornly insisted on returning to ordinary balance, using practical actions to dispel these people's concerns and rumors, allowing Tang Zheng to be a proper person and not a criminal who had escaped. Chapter 518. There were too many legends about that battle. Tang Zheng's name, which was not particularly well known among the general public, had become well known in ordinary balance after word of mouth had spread. Many people suddenly realized that he was the previous provincial college entrance exam champion. The Takashi that had been widely publicized by the media was actually an imposter. In addition, the fact that Tang Zheng had won the martial arts conference championship made many people's blood boil. This could explain why Tang Zheng had been able to create such a huge commotion in ordinary balance. The lighting that night was not good, so many people still did not see the Mecca and the four symbols venerable. They only knew that Tang Zheng had gotten into a fierce conflict with someone very powerful. Of course, the residents that night had seen these two big guys, but when they said it, it was taken as an exaggeration. No one believed it. All in all, the details of that night's events had only spread to a small area. The general public only knew that ordinary balance had produced a very impressive young man, Tang Zheng. It was said that he had gone against the authorities. Many people did not think that there was anything wrong with him. Instead, they felt that he had the style of a chivalrous hero from ancient times, daring to risk universal condemnation. When they heard that he had returned to ordinary balance and that the authorities had not arrested him, many people were full of admiration. They all wanted to pay homage to this modern chivalrous hero. The entrance to the Upper Wind and Upper Water residential area was blocked by many people, but the security guards at the entrance were determined not to let them pass. Speaking of Upper Wind and Upper Water, this real estate development company had also suffered a lot. Last time, Tang Zheng had gone on a killing spree, turning this place into a living hell. It had really frightened many residents. Since then, many people had moved out of the residential area, and no one dared to buy a house here. Today, when they heard that this killing god had returned, the people in the real estate company were even more restless. They were deeply afraid that Tang Zheng would put on another show. If that happened, their company would really be in big trouble. Before they could sit down, a guest arrived at Tang Zheng's house. Deng Maokai stood at the door cowering. He didn't dare to look straight at Tang Zheng because he had been severely reprimanded the last time he leaked information and was almost suspended. Today, as soon as Tang Zheng returned to ordinary balance, he was sent by his superiors to find out what was going on. The local officials of ordinary balance already knew that Tang Zheng was involved in a power struggle between their superiors. Those who didn't know what was going on didn't dare to touch Tang Zheng rashly. "Director Deng, you're here. Please come in." Tang Zheng revealed a trace of a smile and warmly greeted him. Because of his information, Lin Hu and the others did not fall into the hands of the Dragon Group, so he had a good impression of Deng Maokai. Deng Maokai was overwhelmed by the favor and nervously said, "Young Master Tang, I'm really sorry about the past. I was only following orders, so I took action against Ordinary Balance's underground world." The strike-down operation had destroyed Ordinary Balance's underground world. Tang Zheng was the boss of the underground world, so Deng Maokai was naturally afraid that he would blame him. Tang Zheng didn't mind and waved his hand. "You don't have to take it to heart. Let bygones be bygones. Moreover, the underground world is, after all, illegal. Banning it will allow our brothers to walk on the right path. This is also a good thing." If it was in the past, Tang Zheng might be angry. After all, this was a foundation that he had single-handedly built. But now he wanted to thank everything. The enemy was so quick to cut the Gordian knot and destroy this gray world. In the future, he would no longer be the boss of the underground world. That identity was no longer attractive to him. Instead, it was a burden. Everything he wanted could be obtained openly. He had the strength, so there was no need for him to do the opposite. His future career was on the right path. With sufficient funds and Mu Hongyan at the helm, he was completely confident that he could establish a business empire. This was much more meaningful than being the boss of the underground world. Deng Maokai looked at him with suspicion. These words were really out of his expectations. He couldn't judge whether it was true or false. After observing for a while and confirming that Tang Zheng wasn't angry, Deng Maokai sighed in relief and said, "Young Master Tang, this time you return to ordinary balance. Has everything been dealt with? There are some things that you don't want to know, so as to avoid bringing trouble to yourself." Deng Maokai shrunk his neck and understood. Understood. If young Master Tang needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. Seeing Tang Zheng so calm, Deng Maocai's heart finally returned to his stomach. The stronger Tang Zheng was, the more benefits Deng Maokai would have. But seeing that the other party's family was reunited, he tactfully didn't disturb them and hurriedly said goodbye. "Chief Deng, there are so many people outside the neighborhood. Please deal with them." Tang Zheng didn't want to be a panda surrounded by onlookers. His principle was to keep a low profile. "Okay, deal with it immediately." Deng Maokai happily returned to report and sent people to disperse the onlookers at the entrance of the neighborhood. After Changheng City's municipal government heard Deng Maocai's report, their hearts finally relaxed. It was almost the new year. If another incident happened, they wouldn't be able to keep their official positions. Of course, Tang Zheng was like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. They desperately wanted Tang Zheng to leave ordinary balance, but no one dared to order him around. Kai Guibin had already left. It was said that he went home to visit his family and made an appointment with Tang Zheng to meet after the new year. Therefore, only Fang Shishir and Linger were left in Tang Zheng's house. These two beautiful girls attracted a lot of attention on their way back. Linger and Fang Shishir had an extra touch of otherworldly temperament. They were like fairies that didn't eat the food of mortals. Both of them had their own merits. Looking at the two of them, Tang Zheng had a dazzling feeling. Shishir, your parents are very worried about you. I'll send you home first." Tang Zheng said. Fang Shishir and Tang Zheng had been separated for a long time. Moreover, after experiencing this incident, it was even more difficult for them to part. She reluctantly said, "I'll stay at your house first. Otherwise, what if the people from the dragon group come? I want to go through thick and thin with you." Seeing the deep longing in her eyes, Tang Zheng couldn't bear to refuse. He nodded and called her parents to inform them. Then he stayed at home. "Master, where will Linger stay at night?" Suddenly, Linger asked with wide eyes. She didn't feel guilty about being a third wheel. Tang Zheng slapped his head. How could he forget about Linger? This house only had 2 bedrooms. How could 4 people live in it? Fang Shishir originally wanted to whisper to Tang Zheng and do something intimate, but she suddenly realized that it was impossible. She couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. You and Shishir can live together. There was no other way. Tang Zheng could only arrange it like this. He could only temporarily ignore Fang Shishir's resentful eyes. "Let's go by daily necessities and clothes. We don't have anything at home," Fang Shishir suggested. Tang Zheng glanced at Linger's dress. This girl was unaffected by cold and heat. She was wearing a thin green dress that occasionally revealed her smooth white long legs. No wonder she attracted the most attention on the street. This was winter. Although it didn't snow much in ordinary balance, the temperature was only 4 or 5 degrees. Dressing like this was really called not caring about the temperature. "Well, let's go buy clothes." Xiao Bai Gui Qian Sui. you two stay at home and protect Grandpa." Tang Zheng took the two beauties to the street. Suddenly, the number of people who turned their heads skyrocketed. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had already experienced the feeling of being the center of attention. Otherwise, he would definitely feel like sitting on pins and needles. The three people just arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the side and blocked the three people's path. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. He wanted to attack the other person, but found that this person's face was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. "Wow, fairy. This image, this temperament as gentle as jade. You're definitely the star of tomorrow. Kung Fu Bro, you really give me a big surprise every time. This beautiful girl, hello, my name is AI Me. You can call me Sister AI Me." The other person spoke as if they were familiar with each other. His pair of eyes rolled around Linger's body, looking at his sissy appearance and a man calling himself Sister AI Me. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and finally remembered who he was. In the beginning, after Tang Zheng won the martial arts convention, he was called Kung Fu Bro by the people on the internet. This sissy came to him and said that he wanted to package him into a star. Tang Zheng was not interested at all, so he ignored him. Who would have thought that this sissy would not give up and found ordinary balance? He really has perseverance. AI Me looked at Linger with shining eyes. After a while, she looked at Fang Shishir and said, "This beautiful girl's temperament is also excellent. It's a different kind of beauty. She has a trace of intelligence. She will definitely become famous if she is carefully packaged. Kung Fu Bro, now I finally believe that birds of a feather flock together. The people around you are too suitable to walk the path of a star." AI Me was very excited, but looked at Tang Zheng with a bit of bitterness. She sighed and said, "But Kung Fu Bro, I have to say that you wasted your previous popularity. If you had debuted a few months ago, you would have become even more popular. But now it's not too late. With my sister AI Me taking care of everything, you'll definitely become popular all over the country and go to the world." Fang Shishir and Linger were confused. They did not know what was going on and looked at Tang Zheng blankly. "Stop!" Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and interrupted AI Me. "You really are persevering. Why did you come here again? Isn't it all because of you? You really don't have a conscience." AI Me pointed at Tang Zheng and complained. Fang Shishir looked at the two of them strangely. If she did not believe that Tang Zheng was a normal man, she would have suspected that there was something going on between them. AI Me looked like a resentful woman who had been abandoned after having sex with her. "Hey, you have to make it clear that I didn't do anything." Tang Zheng was speechless. Talking to this sissy is really infuriating. I was kind enough to want to keep you, but you avoided me, and you still have the nerve to say that you didn't do anything. Hey, what do you mean, keep me, fuck? Looking at the strange gazes around him, Tang Zheng was embarrassed. He could accept being kept by a woman, but being kept by a man he would rather die. Chapter 519. Tang Zheng didn't want to be surrounded like a panda. He grabbed one in each hand and strode towards the mall, saying, "I'm not interested in the dream of being a star. Don't bother me." "Hey, Kung Fu Bro, you can't waste this opportunity. Otherwise, it'll be hard to package you in the future. Besides, being a star is very profitable." AI Me hurriedly chased after him, unwilling to let the prey in her hands run away. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to her, but Linger turned her head to look at AI Me and curiously asked, "Master, are stars the people who sing on TV?" "People who sing are a type of star," Tang Zheng casually said. Linger's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Wow, being a star and being able to sing is really great." AI Me was overjoyed when she heard this. She trotted over and said, "Beauty, your voice is very clear and has a lot of texture. It's very suitable for singing. In the future, you'll definitely be able to produce best-selling songs." Really? Linger asked innocently. I promise. AI Me patted her chest. Sister AI Me will definitely fulfill her promise. When Tang Zheng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. AI Me used to like listening to songs. Because of this, she almost scared her grandfather. Could it be that she really has a soft spot for singing? Looking at her expectant eyes, Tang Zheng stopped and asked, Linger, do you really want to be a star? Linger opened her eyes wide and cutely said, If being a star can sing, then Linger wants to be one. Tang Zheng frowned. Linger had a simple heart and was inexperienced. The entertainment industry was a big dye vat. Linger was like a piece of delicious food. Those hungry wolves in the entertainment industry would not give up on her and would easily take advantage of her. Moreover, her identity was special. If she was not careful and her identity was exposed, then there would be even more trouble. When Linger saw Tang Zheng frown, she thought that Tang Zheng was angry. She hurriedly waved her hands and said in a panic, Master, Linger is no longer a celebrity. I won't sing any more. Master, don't be angry with Ling. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, making her look extremely pitiful. Amy was shocked. This beauty actually called Kung Fu Bro Master and cared so much about his attitude. What is their relationship? Moreover, it wasn't easy for him to find such a promising future star. How could he let him go? Thus, Amy hurriedly persuaded, Kung Fu Bro, I'm sincere. I'll definitely make her popular. Linger, don't be sad. I'm not angry. Tang Zheng tightly grasped Linger's hand and explained. Linger was relieved. She patted her chest and said with a smile, Then Linger can rest assured. From now on, Linger will always be by Master's side and serve Master. These words were like the attitude of a maid without status in ancient times towards her master. Ai Mi's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Even though Feng Shishir knew Linger's background, seeing her so dead set on Tang Zheng, she was also amazed. Beauty. People must have their own ideals and opinions. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ai Mi did not give up and persuaded. He didn't believe that there was no girl in this society who didn't want to be a star. Being rich and famous is a good thing that many people can only dream of. But it was clear that Linger broke his fixed thinking again and again. Linger pouted and said impatiently, I already said that I don't want to be a star. Why do you still want to persuade me? Do you really want Master to be angry with me? Humph, you're such a bad guy. I'm not talking to you. After saying that, she turned her head in a fit of pique as if she didn't want to see Ai Mi's face. Ai Mi was flabbergasted. In this modern society, there was actually someone who was so obedient to others. He felt like he had returned to the olden days. Moreover, Linger was such a beautiful girl. He thought with bad intentions. Could it be that Kung Fu Bro had some unusual training methods? If that was the case, then he would really be struck by lightning. To be so ruthless to train such a fairy-like person, how heartless would he have to be? Ai Mi had mixed feelings and was incomparably depressed. He truly understood what it meant to be defeated. In fact, he used to be a gold medal manager in the entertainment industry. It was because he once offended an entertainment tycoon that he ended up in this miserable state. He didn't have a single artist in his hands and finally found a gem like Tang Zheng. However, Tang Zheng had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. He originally thought that his luck would change today and he would pick up another gem, but he didn't expect to be defeated again. No, I can't be looked down upon by those people. If I miss this opportunity, I won't have a chance to make a comeback. Out of these 3 people, I must grab one. Ai Mi silently made up his mind. He turned his gaze and stared at Feng Shishir. But before he could speak, Feng Shishir understood and waved her hand. Sorry, I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. Ah, Ai Mi really wanted to scream. Do you still want me to live? Why is God so cruel to me? It was like a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert and suddenly saw a pool of water. But when he walked closer, he realized that it was a mirage. Everything was not real. How could this not make people collapse? Aimi was in a daze. He looked at Tang Jing bitterly and said, "Brother Kung Fu, is there really no room for discussion?" Tang Zheng glanced at Linger and said, "Leave me your phone number. I'll go back and think about it." What made him change his attitude was the look in Linger's eyes. She was obviously too passionate about singing. She only had the opportunity to transform into a human after cultivating for so many years. Since she came to the world of mortals, if she didn't experience something she was interested in, wouldn't it be too boring to live? Moreover, Tang Zheng still hadn't thought of a way to arrange for Ling. Although she transformed, her cultivation wasn't high and she couldn't help him much. Why not let her live a happy life according to her own wishes? Who knows, maybe she could really become a big star in the future. Hearing this, Linger revealed a trace of surprise, but there was a hint of joy between her eyebrows. Mi's expression was especially exaggerated. She was wild with joy and directly threw herself at Tang Zheng. She looked like she really had the urge to kiss and offer her body on the spot. Tang Zheng quickly dodged Mi's enthusiasm and said, "You can go back. We still have to go shopping." Mi didn't mind at all and hurriedly nodded and bowed. "This is my business card. You guys go ahead. Remember to think about it and call me. I'll be at ordinary balance for a while." Tang Zheng hurriedly brought the two beauties into a nearby clothing store. Feng Shi and Linger were both clothes hangers. They could wear any clothes with a unique temperament, so clothes weren't difficult to buy. Seeing Linger enter the fitting room to change, Feng Shi asked curiously, "You really want Linger to enter the entertainment industry?" "The entertainment industry's reputation isn't good, but if she's interested, it's not impossible." "Hee, you're quite accommodating to her, but such a beauty is really hard to refuse." "You're all so beautiful, right? Speaking of clothes, I prepared a special set of clothes for you. I'll give it to you when we get back." Tang Zheng said, "You prepared a gift for me?" Feng Shi was overjoyed. "What is it?" "You'll know when the time comes." Tang Zheng pretended to be mysterious. "Hee, you know how to keep me in suspense. Did you also use this trick to trick other girls in school?" Feng Shi pinched the flesh on Tang Zheng's waist and said with a smile, "No, absolutely not." Tang Zheng said with a straight face, "Really?" Feng Shi smiled faintly. "Yi Dingdang has been coveting you for a long time." Tang Zheng looked embarrassed. The matter between him and Yi Dingdang couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. Moreover, the two of them had experienced so many things together. Their relationship was really growing day by day. However, Tang Zheng wasn't stupid. He couldn't say that another girl was good in front of another girl. Suddenly, Linger walked out of the fitting room and circled in front of Tang Zheng. She happily asked, "Master, do you think I'm beautiful?" "Beautiful." Tang Zheng instinctively wanted to praise her, but his eyes were fixed. Linger was wearing a light green woolen coat and a shirt underneath. However, there were two obvious protrusions on the shirt. It was very conspicuous. Linger didn't notice at all. Instead, she moved closer to Tang Zheng and asked, "Master, is Linger beautiful?" Protrusions. This scene was too exciting. Moreover, she was already quite open-minded, so this scene was even more prominent. Feng Shi glared at Tang Zheng and hurriedly said, "Linger, let's go into the fitting room. There's a big pervert here." "What's a pervert?" Linger innocently asked, but Feng Shi had already dragged her into the fitting room. Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. This was a test of his endurance. Fortunately, there was no one else nearby. Otherwise, if they saw this beautiful scene, Linger would be at a disadvantage. Linger doesn't seem to have any underwear. The dress from before was a bit big, so I couldn't tell. Now that she's wearing this tight garment, Her true colors are revealed. In the future, I must teach Linger how to protect herself. Not long after, Fong Shirshir came out. Her face was red, and she quickly closed the door, as if she was afraid that Tang Zheng would peek. She glared at Tang Zheng and said, "Just now your eyeballs were about to fall out. You guys are really perverted." Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cried out that he had been wronged. He really didn't have any romantic thoughts just now. It was just pure shock. "Watch over me. I'll be back soon." "What are you going to do?" "Buy clothes." Seeing Fong Shirshir quickly walk into a lingerie shop not far away, Tang Zheng seemed to wake up from a dream. She was going to buy lingerie for Linger. "Master, did I do something wrong?" Linger's voice floated out. She was a bit nervous. "Linger, don't think too much. You didn't do anything wrong. Then why would Big Sister Shirshir be angry? She even said that I should be on guard against you. You are Linger's master. Why would Linger be on guard against you?" This little girl's brain simply couldn't understand these questions. Don't listen to her nonsense. There are many rules in this human world. You'll slowly get used to it in the future. Tang Zheng said perfunctorily. "Oh, Linger is very stupid. Master, please don't despise Linger. Linger will definitely work hard and not be so stupid." Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Linger wasn't stupid at all. She just lacked life experience. After comforting her for a while, she finally stopped feeling uneasy. Fong Shirshir also carried a bag of underwear into the fitting room. Tang Zheng couldn't help but think, without trying it on herself, how could she know the size? Could it be that she measured it with her hands? Chapter 520. When the three of them returned home, Fong Shirshir would occasionally look at Tang Zheng with a strange expression. The sky was dark, and the old man had already prepared dinner. The few of them ate together, and Linger took the initiative to help clean up. Fong Shirshir did not want to fall behind as in front of the elders. She could not be lazy. "Little Zheng, come to my room. I have something to say to you." Tang Dahai called his grandson into the room and said sincerely, "Little Zheng, after experiencing this incident, I know that your life is destined to not be ordinary. Grandfather is often your concern, so I will go to the countryside to find a place to live. This way, those bad people will not be able to find me, and I will not be a burden to you." Tang Zheng did not expect his grandfather to say such words, and his eyes widened in shock. He did not hesitate to deny, "Grandfather, I will not let you go to the countryside. You have lived in ordinary balance for decades. Every blade of grass, every tree, every street, every building, you are familiar with it. How could I let you leave ordinary balance? But my goal is too obvious. I do not have the ability to protect myself and will only become a burden to you." The old man earnestly said, "No, Grandfather, you have never been a burden to me. You are one of the closest people to me in this world. Without you, there would be no me. I will not let you leave. I want you to be happy and live a carefree life. If anyone wants to hurt you, I will definitely make them regret being born into this world." While speaking, his body involuntarily emitted a powerful aura. This aura, combined with the aura of a dragon, was especially intimidating. The old man could not help but have the urge to look up. "I know you have filial piety, but—" Tang Zheng immediately interrupted. "No buts." Seeing Tang Zheng so determined, Tang Dahai helplessly let out a long sigh. It could be considered a compromise, but his heart was somewhat gratified. His grandson has been sensible since he was young. Now that he has grown up, he has his own opinions, and is similarly filial. He is not like other people who raised an ingrate. When I was caught, Shirshir did her best to protect me. If it were not for me, she would not have been caught. You must treat her well in the future." Tang Dahai warned, "I understand. I don't know much about you young people, but you have to remember one thing. As a person, You can't have a guilty conscience. Otherwise, you will be criticized by others. Tang Jing nodded heavily. Grandfather, I will always remember your teachings. Tang Dahai quietly stroked his grandson's hair and nodded with a gratified smile. After helping his grandfather to sleep, Tang Zheng gently closed the door, only to find that Feng Shishir and Linger were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Linger stared at the TV and asked Feng Shishir questions from time to time. She was full of curiosity about many things. Is Grandpa asleep? Feng Shishir turned around and asked. Tang Zheng sat beside her and casually hugged her waist. She twisted a few times and muttered, Linger is beside us? Linger's attention was on the TV and did not notice the intimate actions of the two. It's okay. Tang Zheng did not make a move. Feng Shishir did not escape from his evil claws and let him take advantage of her. The two reunited after a long time and experienced a life and death situation together. Feng Shishir's mind had always been tense. At this moment, she was completely relaxed and could not help but lean into Tang Zheng's arms. She felt particularly warm and safe. Their ears and temples rubbed against each other. Their bodies gradually warmed up. Feng Shishir's breathing quickened and her face flushed. She glanced at Linger, who was unaware of it and felt embarrassed. If it were not for this third wheel, the two of them could have done a lot of things. I'm going to sleep first. Feng Shishir's heart was aroused. She even felt Tang Zheng's reaction. She was afraid of creating an even more awkward situation and quickly stood up. Tang Zheng also suppressed the charming thoughts in his heart and said, Linger, you should also go to sleep. Oh, Linger stood up obediently. Master, Linger is sleeping on your bed. Where are you going to sleep? I'll sleep on the sofa. How can that be? You should also sleep with me. I think the bed is quite big. The three of us should be able to sleep on it. Linger said innocently. Tang Zheng's head thumped. This girl's suggestion was too wild. However, it was obvious that she did not have such thoughts. Feng Shishir speechlessly rolled her eyes. She glared at Tang Zheng and hurriedly pulled Linger into the room. She was afraid that she would say something shocking again. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. He lay down on the sofa and covered himself with a quilt. In a daze, Tang Zheng found himself lying on a large bed. On his left was Feng Shishir and on his right was Linger. The two of them breathed out like orchids and wrapped around Tang Zheng like water snakes. Not long after, the three of them were naked. Tang Zheng was intoxicated by their attractive bodies. Suddenly, he did not know who pushed him. He found that the person in front of him disappeared. He opened his eyes in a daze, and a beautiful face appeared in front of him. What are you talking about? Feng Shishir asked. Ah, so it was just a dream. That dream was too erotic. Looking at Feng Shishir, who was so close to him, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He actually dreamed of sleeping with her and Ling. This was too ridiculous, but it was quite exciting. This must be because the words that Linger said before she tried on clothes during the day left a deep impression in his subconscious. That was why he had this kind of dream. Do I really want to do that in my bones? Tang Zheng coughed in a low voice to cover up his embarrassment. He said in a daze, nothing. Why are you up? I'm going to the bathroom. If there's nothing else, go back to sleep. Feng Shishir walked into the bathroom. Tang Zheng stared the bathroom door. He did not feel sleepy at all. He heard the faint sound of running water, and the evil fire in his heart gradually rose. He sneakily got off the sofa and walked towards the bathroom. He gently twisted the door lock. It was not locked, and the door opened. Ah, what are you doing? Feng Shishir opened her mouth in surprise. Hee, I also want to go to the bathroom. Hurry up and get out. I haven't put on my pants yet. What are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Pervert, don't talk nonsense. Aya, what are you doing? Don't be naughty. How could he let go of a sheep that was already in his hands? Although the walls had ears, it could not stop the fiery passion of two young people. Moreover, most of the time they were asleep. Tang Zheng decided to take the risk. Not long after, there was a slight panting sound in the bathroom. You pervert, bad guy. You only know how to bully people. After a long time, Feng Shirshir tiptoed out of the bathroom. Her face was flushed and her eyes were like spring water. She was extremely flirtatious. Tang Zheng followed behind her with a smile on his face. However, Feng Shirshir rolled her eyes at him. Seeing his proud look, she pinched his waist a few times and said coquettishly, "You're getting bolder and bolder." "It's love," Tang Zheng said with a smirk. "Fortunately, we weren't found out. Otherwise, how can I face people in the future?" Feng Shirshir complained. "It felt good just now. Why don't we do it again in the bathroom in the middle of the night?" "Get out, pervert." Feng Shirshir suppressed her pounding heart and quickly walked into the bedroom. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was satisfied as he lay on the sofa and fell asleep. The next day, just as Tang Zheng opened his eyes, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Zheng jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the door. He looked through the peephole. It's not the enemy. It's Feng Shirshir's parents. "Uncle, Auntie, good morning. Why are you here so early?" Tang Jing opened the door and looked at the two people curiously. Yesterday, when they came back, Ordinary Balance called them to inform them that Feng Shirshir was staying at their house. But Xi Mengqin didn't sleep well last night. Her daughter escaped danger and didn't go back to her own house. Instead, she stayed at Tang Jing's house. What was going on? Yesterday on the phone, she was about to get angry, but was stopped by her husband. But after lying on the bed for an entire night, her anger burned even more fiercely. A girl who hadn't even married into the family, yet was staying at the man's house. What kind of scandal was this? Although young people nowadays advocated freedom, and the two of them had stayed together in the Fong family, they had already done what they should and shouldn't do. Xi Mengqin also adopted the attitude of opening one eye and closing the other. But this time was different. Feng Shirshir stayed at Tang Zheng's house overnight. If the elders of the Tang family saw this, what would they think? Wouldn't they look down on her daughter? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Thus, she ran over early in the morning to denounce them. "Where is my daughter?" Xi Mengqin curiously asked. "She's still sleeping. I'll go call her." "Uncle, Auntie, come in and sit." Tang Zheng politely greeted. Feng Chonghua nodded towards Tang Zheng. He was more open-minded and didn't make a fuss over nothing like his wife. Moreover, when he saw Tang Zheng again, he found that the other's temperament had changed a lot. Imperceptibly, there was an additional sense of dignity. This was something that shouldn't be present on a 20-year-old youth. However, thinking about Tang Zheng's experience and ability, Feng Chonghua felt relieved. This cheap son-in-law of his couldn't be measured with common sense. "I don't need you to call. I'll go see for myself." Xi Mengqin took large strides and rushed to the bedroom. "The one on the left," Tang Zheng reminded. Bang! Xi Mengqin pushed open the door and suddenly stopped. She let out a scream and stared dumbfoundedly at the bed, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing this, Feng Chonghua immediately rushed over. "Mengqin, what's wrong?" "Don't come over. Go over there." Xi Mengqin pushed her husband away, but looked at Tang Zheng with eyes that were about to spit fire. She grabbed onto Tang Zheng's clothes and angrily said, "Tang Zheng, so you are this kind of person. You beast, you actually dared to do this kind of thing to my daughter. I'll kill you." Finished speaking, she fiercely grabbed at Tang Zheng's face. Tang Zheng was shocked. What the hell? What did I do to make her so angry? He nimbly dodged Xi Mengqin's fingers and said, "Auntie, if you have something to say, then say it. Just what is going on? You still have the nerve to say it. You rogue, I really misjudged you. You caused my daughter to be so miserable. Xi Mengqin bitterly complained. Chapter 5:21. Tang Zheng was burning with anxiety, thinking that something bad had happened to Feng Shirshir. Ignoring Xi Mingqin's attempts to stop him, he forcefully charged over. "You're not allowed to look!" Xi Mengqin loudly shouted. Tang Zheng had already seen clearly and let out a sigh of relief, but he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The large bed was laid out with 2 pairs of shining white thighs stretched out of the blanket, entangling together. It was truly a nosebleed scene. Without a doubt, Xi Mengqin had misunderstood. Seeing her daughter and another girl lying on the bed like this, she must have thought that Tang Zheng had slept with the 2 of them last night and had a threesome. Feng Shirshir and Linger were also woken up. Opening their sleepy eyes, Feng Shirshir's face was especially rosy. Her lazy appearance was filled with boundless charm, clearly having been nourished. As an experienced person, how could Xi Mengqin not be clear? She firmly believed in her own judgment. Hating iron for not becoming steel, she glared at Feng Shirshir and shouted, "Shirshir, come here!" Feng Shirshir sleepily rubbed her eyes and asked in a daze, "Mom, why are you here?" "You still have the nerve to ask? How can you be so shameless?" Xi Mingqin's eyes were red. She had painstakingly raised her daughter for 20 years. She was the standard young miss of a noble family. How did she become like this? Feng Shirshir was confused and did not react. However, Tang Zheng had already come to a realization and hurriedly explained, "Auntie, it's not what you think. I saw it with my own eyes. Is there a mistake? Tang Zheng, you're still young, so why don't you learn well? Don't think that just because you have a bit of skill, you can play with girls." Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This big hat was placed on him too fiercely. How did he play with girls? "Master, who is she? She's so noisy," making Linger unable to sleep. Linger squinted her eyes and acted like a spoiled child as she asked, "Master?" Xi Mingqin's eyes widened. Was this role-playing? Speaking of which, I'm already so old. But I've never played these games before. If this wasn't toying with a girl, then what was? The evidence was irrefutable, causing Xi Mingqin's anger to shoot up. She wanted nothing more than to kick Tang Zheng until he couldn't take care of himself. Feng Chonghua also walked to the door and glanced at her. His expression became especially serious as he said, "Shirshir, put on your clothes and come out to talk." Bang! The door was directly closed by Xi Mengqin, and the rustling sound of clothes being put on could be heard. "Tang Zheng, come over here," Xi Mengqin shouted. Tang Zheng walked up to the 2 of them, feeling wronged. "What is this? I didn't do anything. This is 2F *king wrong." "You're being ridiculous," Feng Chonghua couldn't help but say. "I." Before Tang Zheng could speak, he saw Tang Dahai walk out. "Little Zheng, what happened? Grandpa, why are you up? Grandpa, how are you?" Feng Chonghua stood up and greeted Tang Dahai. Even though he was angry at Tang Zheng, he still maintained enough respect for Tang Dahai. "The 2 of you are..." Seeing that the other party wasn't an ordinary person, Tang Dahai couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy as he carefully asked. Xi Mengqin wanted to angrily rebuke Tang Zheng, but Tang Zheng looked at her as if he could predict the future. Her heart thumped as she felt a burst of fear, causing her to swallow her words. "They are Shirshir's parents," Tang Zheng gently introduced. Tang Dahai was shocked. Honored guests, little Zheng, what are you doing here? Hurry up and greet the guests. There isn't enough food in the house, right? I'll go buy some ingredients and cook. You guys sit down and treat it as your own home." Tang Dahai became busy. Tang Zheng wanted to persuade him, but stopped. If his grandfather left, then he would be able to explain. Otherwise, his grandfather would definitely be worried. Feng Chonghua saw through Tang Zheng's thoughts, so he didn't try to persuade him. After the old man left the house, Fang Chonggua's face sank as he solemnly said, Tang Zheng, we don't object to you and Shirshir dating, but you can't be so absurd. Even though my Fang family isn't a big family, we aren't a family that messes around. You— He hadn't finished speaking when Fang Shirshir finished putting on her clothes and walked out. She pouted and said, Dad, what are you doing? She was also a smart person, so she finally understood why her parents were so angry. Seeing that Tang Zheng was wrongly accused, her heart ached. Shirshir, don't interrupt. Listen to your father. Shi Mengqin said, You guys listen to me. You all misunderstood. It's not what you think. Fang Shirshir anxiously explained. We saw it with our own eyes. How can we misunderstand? You don't have to cover for him. Fang Shirshir angrily stomped her foot. Her face flushed red as she said, Why don't you guys believe your daughter? You really are infuriating. Tang Zheng let out a long breath and said, Uncle, Auntie, I know what you guys are thinking. You guys really misunderstood. Look at the sofa. Last night, I slept here alone. The two looked towards the sofa and the blanket. There were indeed traces of someone sleeping here. In the previous situation, the two had overlooked this point. You guys really didn't sleep together? Shi Mengqin doubtfully asked, Mom, what are you saying? How could we be that kind of person? Fang Shirshir's face turned red as she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Tang Zheng awkwardly coughed. Last night, didn't he have such a dirty thought? If he really did that, then he would have been caught red-handed. But who is that girl? Shi Mengqin asked again. Why did she call him master? Master, Ling'er, did she do something wrong again? Just as her voice fell, Ling'er apprehensively walked out and carefully asked. This master caused Shi Mengqin's temper to rise, as this title was simply too uncommon in today's society. Ling'er, you go in first. It has nothing to do with you. Okay, if there's anything you need to call Ling'er, master. Ling'er looked at Tang Zheng and blinked her large watery eyes before retreating back into the room as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Where did he go to kidnap such a beautiful girl? Shi Mengqin could not help but admit that Ling'er was truly beautiful. Moreover, she had a spiritual aura about her. He didn't kidnap her. It's a long story, but it's not what you think it is. Fang Shirshir could not explain, so she directly said, seeing her daughter so protective of Tang Zheng and that the other party was not what she thought it was. Shi Mengqin's anger gradually subsided as she said, Shirshir, you returned to ordinary balance, so why didn't you go home? Why did you run over to his house? What kind of scandal is this? Isn't this just letting others poke at your backbone and gossip about you? This was my suggestion. This way I can protect Shirshir. Tang Zheng rushed to say, You're saying that Shirshir will be in danger? Fang Chonggua and Shi Mengqin's expressions changed at the same time. Previously, they thought that Tang Zheng had already resolved the crisis and that their daughter would not be in danger, but it turned out that was not the case. Shi Mengqin flipped out and asked, Tang Zheng, what did you do? Not only did you implicate our family's business, you even affected our daughter's life. Auntie, I also did not want to do this, but you can rest assured that I will not let anyone harm Shirshir. Did you guarantee it? I know you are very powerful, but do you think the other party is a freeloader? A few days ago, you caused such a huge commotion in Changheng City. So don't think that we don't know that it was you. You are a single person, while the other side is an organization and a country. Can you beat them? They are not as strong as you say, and I am also not as weak as you think. Shirshir is my woman, so I will protect her. This is my responsibility and obligation. Tang Zheng said resolutely, You are too arrogant. Mom, can't you speak less? Fang Shirshir angrily stamped her feet. If I spoke less, you would have believed that your life would be in danger. This won't do. You must come back with me. I don't care who the other party is. Tang Zheng, let me tell you, you must solve this problem. If something really happens to Sher, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Xu Mengqin was truly anxious. Dad, you should persuade Mom that it is not as serious as she says. Tang Zheng is very powerful and can solve this problem. Fang Sher anxiously said. Fang Chonghua was indifferent as he could not help but reevaluate his daughter's boyfriend. Was he really suitable for his daughter? He did not care about his own business, but what he cared about the most was his daughter's safety. If Tang Zheng really threatened his daughter's safety, then he did not mind breaking them up. Tang Zheng, we will protect our daughter. In this period of time, don't come looking for her. Wait until you have solved this problem. Fang Chonghua said in a deep voice, Dad, you can't do this. You can't break me and Tang Zheng apart. I'm not trying to break you two apart, but I'm testing his ability and sense of responsibility as a man. If a man can't protect his own woman and talk about love, then this kind of person is a coward. I, Fang Chonghua, will never marry such a coward. Fang Chonghua righteously expressed his stance. He is not a coward. He is a hero with an indomitable spirit. Fang Sher retorted. Then prove it to everyone. Tang Zheng was not in a rush to express his opinion as he mulled over these words. He had to admit that, as a mature man, Fang Chonghua's words were not wrong. If a man cannot protect his own woman, then he was no different from a coward. Moreover, the current situation was special and he had to deal with Xing Feng, so he could not let Sher take the risk and travel with him. Instead, letting him stay by his parents' side was perhaps the smallest goal and would be safer. Uncle, I agree with what you said. I will prove to you that I am a man with an indomitable spirit. You can bring Sher back, but you must protect her, Tang Zheng said. No. Fang Sher immediately retorted. Sher, listen to me, Tang Zheng advised. I want to face the difficulties with you. Tang Zheng smiled and rubbed her hair and said, Believe me, I can solve these problems. You must have confidence in me. Seeing Tang Zheng's resolute eyes, Fang Sher knew that he had already made up his mind. There was no point in saying anything more, so she compromised. Fang Chonghua and Xu Mengqin looked at each other and could not help but sigh. Their daughter had grown up and did not listen to them, but listened to Tang Zheng. As parents, they could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Dong dong. Chapter 5:22. It was an unfamiliar woman's voice. Xu Mengqin suspiciously looked at Tang Zheng as if she was saying, Could it be that you've been flirting with women again? Tang Zheng acted as if he did not see anything, as his eyes turned cold and he became alert. He had just returned to ordinary balance, and someone had already come knocking on his door. The other party was definitely not an ordinary person. When he opened the door, he saw an unfamiliar yet beautiful face. This face was still charming, and he could imagine how beautiful she was when she was young. Tang Zheng was indifferent as he cautiously asked, Who are you? When the person saw Tang Zheng, her expression immediately became excited as she stared at him and asked, You are Tang Zheng? Yes, what do you want? You have a jade pendant with the word Marshall carved on it. Can you let me see it? The other party carefully asked. Tang Zheng was shocked and said, Who exactly are you? I am. The other party was startled. I have no enmity towards you. Can you first give me the jade pendant? I'm sorry, you found the wrong person. I don't have any jade pendant. Seeing the other party's fervent gaze, Tang Zheng gradually realized something and directly refused, preparing to close the door. But a hand suddenly stretched out from behind the other party and blocked the door. Unhappily said, Tang Zheng, don't be so rude. Marshall walked out and angrily looked at Tang Zheng. When Tang Zheng saw Marshall, his expression became even more tense. Marshall, how many times have I told you that I will not go to the Marshall organization? Don't waste your time. Marshall wanted to refute, but Lan Yu took the initiative and waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He faintly smiled and said, Tang Zheng, we have no enmity towards you. Please be at ease. I don't care if you have enmity or not. I have no relationship with you, so please do not disturb my life. With a bang, Tang Zheng fiercely closed the door. The three members of the Fong family looked at him suspiciously, especially Fong Shirshir, who knew Tang Jing better. She knew that he would never lose his temper for no reason, so she asked with concern, What's wrong? Tang Zheng reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, It's nothing. In fact, as smart as he was, he had already guessed a few things. Wu was a proud person. He could guess who the person who made her so obedient was if he used his brain a little. She was definitely one of the upper echelons of the martial arts organization, or even the wife of the martial arts organization's sect master. In other words, she could be his biological mother. No matter who she was, Tang Zheng had no interest in her. In the past, he had this attitude in front of the sect master of the martial sect. Therefore, he had the same attitude in front of this person. Xu Mengqin rolled her eyes and bluntly said, It can't be a woman you provoked outside, right? She seems to be quite a bit older than you. Mom, what are you talking about? Fong Shirshir pouted and complained anxiously. Shirshir, come in with me. I have something to give you. Tang Zheng ignored Xu Mengqin's teasing and held Fong Shirshir's hand as they entered the bedroom. Even Ling was invited out. Xu Mengqin and Fong Chonghua stared with wide eyes. After hesitating for a while, Xu Mengqin indignantly said, What is he trying to do? Is he trying to do something bad in front of us? Oh. Fong Chonghua's face sunk as he reprimanded, Don't talk nonsense. You are a mother. How can you talk about your own daughter like that? Just wait. Inside the bedroom, Fong Shirshir curiously looked at Tang Zheng and asked, What's the matter? Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile and said, Yesterday at the mall, didn't I say that I wanted to give you a present? Did you forget? Fong Shirshir happily opened her eyes wide and said, Of course I didn't forget. Could it be that there really is a present? She thought that Tang Zheng was joking, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Dang, dang, dang. Look, what is this? Tang Zheng waved his hand as if he was presenting a treasure. A purple ancient dress appeared in the air, quietly floating in the air. It was mysterious and alluring. What is this? It is called the Golden Jade Purple Robe. It is a defensive treasure. I accidentally bought it at an auction, and it is a gift for you. Tang Zheng said, as if he was asking for credit. This is too precious. Fong Shirshir was incomparably surprised, but she knew that this golden jade purple robe was priceless. In reality, this golden jade purple robe was bought by Yan Luyin as a favor, so he didn't spend a single cent compared to you. This golden jade purple robe is worthless. You are the most important to me. Tang Zheng said emotionally. He clearly saw that Fong Shirshir's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. In the future, with this golden jade purple robe to protect you, I will be more at ease. Fong Shirshir was really moved, not only because this gift was priceless, but also because Tang Zheng always thought of her and missed her. This was the most important thing. Fong Shirshir was unable to restrain her emotions. She threw herself into Tang Zheng's arms and took the initiative to give him a kiss. She didn't care about her parents, who were just a wall away. After a long time, their lips reluctantly separated, but they still held each other tightly. Their two hearts were inseparably stuck together. You are too good to me, Fong Shirshir said infatuatedly. Tang Zheng smiled and stroked her cheeks and said, I should be good to you. You are my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Although these words were ordinary in Fong Shirshir's ears, they were extremely moving words of love. Her heart was about to melt. You are too good at sweet-talking. Which girl can resist? However, I like to hear it. In the future, You have to say it to me more. Feng Shishi's little girl mentality was triggered. Okay, I promise you. In the future, I will say it to you more. As long as you don't think it's too corny. When we are alone, it's not corny. I like to hear it. Try it on first. It must be very beautiful. Feng Shishi gently nodded. In front of Tang Zheng, she began to undress. If it was before, she would be too embarrassed to do this in broad daylight. Unless Tang Zheng used force. But at this very moment, she was willing to do anything for him. Piece after piece of clothing fell. Traces of white and delicate skin were exposed to the air. It added a trace of spring to the cold winter. Her body was like a peerless work of art. When it was displayed in front of Tang Zheng, it was beautiful and moving. Tang Zheng stared without blinking. There was not a trace of improper thoughts in his eyes. There was only deep love. So beautiful, he praised from the bottom of his heart. Feng Shishi faintly smiled. She stuck out her chest as if she wanted him to see more clearly. Then she gently said, "Help me put on." The golden jade purple robe was an ancient costume. It took a lot of effort to put on. When it was properly put on, Feng Shishi's body had a trace of spiritual energy. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. So beautiful. Tang Zheng sincerely praised. Try to circulate your true qi and pour it into the golden jade purple robe. Feng Shishi knew that this was to activate the golden jade purple robe. She did as she was told. Traces of true qi slowly poured into the golden jade purple robe. Shwa! A purple light suddenly burst out, dyeing the entire room into a purple sea. Feng Shishi was wrapped in the purple light. She slowly flew up until she was suspended in the air. She was especially mysterious and noble, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Not long after, the golden jade purple robe gradually disappeared from the surface of her body. The purple light disappeared. Finally, the golden jade purple robe completely disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. Feng Shishi safely landed on the ground. She was once again naked. She could not help but look at her own body in surprise. It was still smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade. "Where's the golden jade purple robe?" she asked, dumbfounded. Tang Zheng faintly smiled. "It's already hidden on the surface of your body. You can wear other clothes as usual. It's only a layer of protection. It won't affect your daily life." Wow, that's really too amazing. Then wouldn't I be invulnerable? Normal weapons can't hurt you. Why don't you try? Feng Shishi picked up a pair of scissors and nervously asked, "Will there really be no problem?" Tang Zheng nodded his head and gave her an encouraging look. Feng Shishi clenched her teeth and fiercely stabbed the scissors into her arm. There was no blood. The scissors stopped on the surface of her skin. No matter how hard she tried, it was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Wow, it really works. Feng Shishi cheered. Tang Zheng also gave a gratified smile. Feng Shishi loudly shouted and directly threw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace. Her naked body intimately came into contact with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's head shook. He could not help but feel restless. His claws moved from her waist, preparing to attack her. Feng Shishi's face was red. She bit her lips and allowed him to take advantage of her. Dong dong! Suddenly, the door was heavily knocked on. Tang Zheng, Shishi, what are you two doing in there? Hurry up and come out. Shi Mengqin saw that the two had not come out and directly came knocking on the door. Feng Shishi was like a little deer that had been caught red-handed. She jumped out of Tang Zheng's embrace and bashfully replied, "Mom, don't knock anymore. We'll come out soon." Hurriedly putting on his clothes, Tang Zheng crossed his arms and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Feng Shishi dressed neatly and hurriedly opened the door. Her face was red, like a ripe apple. Shi Mengqin fiercely glared at Tang Zheng wishing she could swallow him whole. Seeing her daughter's expression, the two were definitely not doing anything good. This Tang Zheng's guts were simply too big. "What are you two doing?" "Nothing," Fang Shishir guiltily said. Shi Mengqin coldly snorted and pulled Fang Shishir out of the room. "Come, let's go home." Fang Shishir secretly stuck out her tongue at Tang Zheng and made a helpless face as she was pulled to the door. Creak! The door opened and Shi Mengqin lifted her leg to walk out. However, she was blocked by two people. She could not help but wrinkle her eyebrows and said, "What are you doing? Don't block the way." "Impudent, how can you say that?" Marshall was helpless against Tang Zheng, but he could not tolerate other people's attitude towards his master's wife. Shi Mengqin was frightened and unconsciously took a step back. The other party's aura was simply too strong. Lan Yu acted as if she did not hear anything and only stared blankly at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's face was expressionless, but his heart was incomparably fretful. He unhappily said, "Didn't I tell you? We have nothing to talk about, so don't disturb me." Chapter 5:23. The three members of the Fang clan looked at Tang Zheng and Lan Yu strangely, especially Fang Chonghua, who was experienced and knowledgeable. He had seen too many powerful auras, but they could not be compared to this woman. Even though she was not overbearing and only looked at Tang Zheng with resentment, the aura emitted from her body made others not dare to approach her. They could not help but feel a sense of insignificance, as if they were ants facing an elephant. He could not help but be curious about the other party's identity. Why did she have such a strange relationship with Tang Zheng? Lan Yu looked at Tang Zheng without blinking and gently advised, "Tang Zheng, don't tell me you don't want to know about your background. Don't you want to know about your birth parents? In fact, they have always missed their son. My surname is Tang. I was raised by my grandfather. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Tang Zheng resolutely said. The pain and guilt between Lan Yu's brows became even more intense. Although she had not seen the jade pendant, from the reactions of Marshall and Tang Zheng, she was almost certain that Tang Zheng was her son. Any mother who heard such resolute words would be heartbroken. But she did not blame Tang Zheng because everything was their fault. Tang Zheng's resentment was a matter of course. The three members of the Fang clan looked at each other in shock. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to guess the possibilities from this conversation, especially since they knew that Tang Zheng was an orphan that Tang Dahai picked up from the trash. Could it be that this imposing woman was Tang Zheng's family or even his birth mother? This woman's position is definitely not simple. Tang Zheng is her son, so his identity is not simple either. He is not an orphan, but the young master of a large power. Shi Mingqin's expression was somewhat awkward. The feeling of superiority she had when facing Tang Zheng had completely disappeared. Although Tang Zheng's strength was not weak, Shi Mengqin still felt a sense of superiority towards him. She believed that he was born as a poor brat and could not be compared to her precious daughter. But now she realized that Tang Zheng's birth might be even nobler than hers. She could not help but feel all sorts of feelings welling up in her heart. Fang Chonghua didn't have such power, but he couldn't help but view Tang Zheng in a new light. On the contrary, Fang Shishir was the most innocent. She knew how hard Tang Zheng's childhood was. She couldn't imagine a childhood without the love of his parents. Therefore, at this moment, when she saw that Tang Zheng might be able to find his biological parents, her heart moved and she advised, "Tang Zheng, if there's anything you want to say, let's sit down and talk about it slowly." Fang Shishir waved her hand expressionlessly. Shishir, don't worry about this. You guys go home first." Seeing Tang Zheng stubbornly insist, Fang Shishir helplessly sighed and left with her parents. However, Shi Mengqin turned her head back 3 times as if she wanted to imprint Lan Yu's appearance in her mind. Tang Zhang was worried that his grandfather would come back from buying groceries, so he unceremoniously asked them to leave. You too, if you have nothing else to say, please leave. My family does not welcome you. Tang Zhang. Marshall was indignant, but before he could finish, he was stopped by his master's wife. Lan Yu forced out a lonely smile and said, I know it is hard for you to accept this matter. I can understand your feelings. During this period of time, I will be in ordinary balance. You can come find me anytime. This is the hotel we are staying at. Lan Yu handed over a piece of paper with the name of the hotel and a phone number written on it. It was obviously her phone number. In order to send the two of them away, Tang Zhang casually took it and closed the door without hesitation. Lan Yu took a deep look at the door and helplessly shook his head. He went downstairs in a daze and coincidentally missed Tang Dahai, who had just returned from buying groceries. Standing downstairs, Lan Yu looked up at the tall building and muttered to himself, What exactly do I have to do to dispel his anger? Marshall said indignantly, Mistress, you're really letting him do as he pleases. With our strength, we can easily snatch the jade pendant away. So what if I snatch the jade pendant away? What I want is not the jade pendant, but my son. Marshall was speechless. That jade pendant was only used to confirm Tang Zhang's identity. But looking at Mistress's attitude today, it was clear that she had already recognized Tang Zhang. In the past, Marshall was only guessing, but he didn't expect Mistress to be so certain. After thinking for a moment, he said, Mistress, maybe I was wrong. He's not your child at all. Lan Yu retracted his gaze and looked meaningfully at Wu, saying, Wu, you are still too young. You have never had a child before, so you don't know the feeling of a mother and son's heart being connected. Although this is the first time I've met him, and we haven't even exchanged a few words, I can already feel that he is my child. There's no mistake about it. Really. Marshall found it hard to believe. This kind of statement was too profound. Wasn't DNA testing popular now? Just relying on the jade pendant to determine it was indeed too arbitrary. However, Lan Yu's feelings were clearly different. It was as if, as a mother, she could feel other feelings that Marshall was unable to fathom. Marshall, what do you think I should do? Lan Yu asked. Marshall shook her head, helplessly. If she had followed her thoughts and directly kidnapped Tang Zhang, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. That girl just now was his girlfriend, right? Lan Yu suddenly asked. Marshall was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, her name is Fang Shishir. She is a classmate of Tang Zhang and is also a lover. He seems to care a lot about her attitude. Lan Yu had an idea. Let's go find this girl. Not long after the three of them returned home, Lan Yu knocked on the Fang family's door. When Shi Mengqin saw the two people at the door, she couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she asked in bewilderment, May I know what business do the two of you have? Lan Yu revealed a smile. This smile seemed to be able to melt the ice and snow of winter, causing people to feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. I'm looking for Fang Shishir, Lan Yu said gently. Shi Mengqin looked at the other party in astonishment, not knowing what the other party was up to. If it was a normal person, she would have already chased them away, but facing Lan Yu, she couldn't muster up the courage to chase her away. Like a defeated general, she helplessly welcomed the other party into the room. When Fang Chonghua and Fang Shishir saw the two of them, they couldn't hide their surprise and politely invited them to take a seat. Fang Chonghua carefully asked, What business do the two of you have with my daughter? I want to ask her to advise Tang Zhang. Lan Yu went straight to the point. Advise him on what? Fang Chonghua asked knowingly, wanting to confirm his guess. Lan Yu took a deep breath and prepared to reveal the truth. Since she was asking for help, if she didn't tell the truth, it would be more troublesome and have the opposite effect. I am Tang Zhang's birth mother. That year, after giving birth to him, due to some external factors, he was abandoned. It was only recently that I found out that he was still alive in this world, so I immediately rushed over to meet him. However, his misunderstanding of me is too deep, so I want to ask Feng Shishir to help persuade him and let us mother and son acknowledge each other. The three of them from the Feng family all stared with their eyes wide open. Even though their guess was confirmed, the three of them were still shocked. Tang Zheng's true identity was actually not simple. This was something they never would have thought of. Xi Mingqin's expression was embarrassed and somewhat unnatural. Of course, her pride and superiority didn't exist, causing her to be at a loss for what to do. Feng Shishir, on the other hand, was much simpler as she said, "Ever since I met Tang Zheng, he has never mentioned his birth parents. Ever since he was young, he and his grandfather relied on each other for survival. In the past, he suffered quite a bit. When he was in school, he was bullied by his classmates and teachers. Because of this, he learned to be strong and protect his family and loved ones. He simply doesn't care about his own identity. For someone like you to suddenly barge into his life, it is indeed very difficult for you to succeed." Feng Shishir undoubtedly understood Tang Zheng very well and hit the nail on the head. "I also know that this is all my fault, but the situation back then was too complicated. It can't be explained in just a few words. I don't ask for his forgiveness and only hope that we can get along like normal friends, so that he can accept me bit by bit." Lan Yu said. Feng Shishir shook her head. "This is truly very difficult. In his life, even in his heart, he has already gotten used to not having your existence. He even somewhat hates you, so how could he accept you?" The grief on Lan Yu's face became even stronger as she turned her gaze toward Xi Mingqin and said, "This big sister, you are also a mother, so you should be able to understand my feelings. My own flesh and blood is right in front of me, yet I am unable to recognize him and am even treated as an enemy. This kind of feeling is truly worse than death. I also don't have extravagant hopes that he will immediately forgive me. I just want him to give me a chance." Seeing the high and mighty Lan Yu speaking so humbly, Xi Mingqin did not feel pleased but instead nodded in fear and trepidation. A mother and child are connected by heart. This kind of feeling, how could us mothers not understand? AI. Feng Chonghua had been silent the entire time, but suddenly said to his daughter, Sure, in reality, if Tang Zheng is able to recognize his birth mother, then this is also a good thing for him. Perhaps it will be difficult for him to accept it, but in the end, parents are still parents. Dad, although I understand this reasoning, this matter may not necessarily make sense. Feng Shishir said, Is there really no hope for me? Lan Yu was in a daze. Marshall had never seen her master's wife like this before and felt extremely pained. She really wanted to fiercely beat Tang Zheng up, but right now, she was not Tang Zheng's opponent, so she could only think about it. Feng Shishir pondered for a moment and said, If there really is a glimmer of hope, then there is only one person who can do it. Who? His grandfather. He and his grandfather depend on each other for survival. Grandfather is the most important person in his life, and he listens to his grandfather the most. If his grandfather wants him to recognize you, then he definitely will not disobey. In reality, Feng Shishir felt pity for Lan Yu. As a woman, although she did not have a child, she could roughly imagine Lan Yu's pain. Moreover, she also knew that ever since he was young, Tang Zheng wished to have a normal family and have parents to love him. Although these feelings gradually faded, in reality, they were always buried deep in his heart. If he really did have parents to love him, then in the end, it would definitely be a good thing for him and he would be able to fulfill his wish. His grandfather? Lan Yu was bewildered. Would he do that? After all, Tang Zheng is his grandson who depends on each other for survival. Would he let others take him away? First of all, I want to make one point clear. No one can take Tang Zheng away from his grandfather. Grandfather's position in his heart is unique. But grandfather is truly a kind-hearted person. He definitely wants to see Tang Zheng reunite with his family. Fong Shishir said. Chapter 5:24. After Tang Zheng sent Lan Yu and Wu away, his grandfather went home. The old man also complained about why Tang Zheng did not keep the guests for dinner. Tang Zheng explained a few words, had breakfast, and was ready to go out. The old man was also a restless character. During his absence, the recycle bin almost stagnated, and his old companion's income sharply decreased. He was very worried, so he was ready to go to the recycle bin. Tang Zheng asked Wu and Gui Qiansui to protect his grandfather, so there was a strange scene on the street. A big turtle with a small, dog-like animal lying on its back followed an old man through the streets. Many people were amazed. They had seen people walking dogs and cats, but this was the first time they saw people walking a turtle. Fortunately, the old man's heart was a lot stronger than before. He did not care about the strange eyes around him and quickly walked to the recycle bin. Gui Chensue's speed was not slow and followed step by step. Xiao Bai was still a fat boy, lying on Gui Chensue's back without moving. For Xiao Bai's change, Tang Zheng could not figure it out. This little guy was not like other demon beasts that could speak. What changes would there be? He could only wait and see. Ling followed Tang Zheng closely, which attracted a lot of people's attention. When the two came to an office building, many white-collar workers frequently glanced at Ling. However, Ling only had Tang Zheng in her heart and did not care about others. This made these white-collar workers, who claimed to be experts in picking up girls, feel frustrated. Pushing open the door of an office, the fierce discussion in the room came to an abrupt end. They all turned to look at Tang Zheng. "Young Master Tang!" Several people shouted in unison. Tang Zheng nodded to several people. Lin, and Fire Phoenix's eyebrows were full of excitement. These two old brothers and sisters had experienced a lot of storms, but at this moment they could not help but feel excited. This was because Tang Zheng had already said that they were going to play a big game this time, so that those rascals would not dare to provoke them easily. In the past, Tang Zheng was considered a tycoon, but the situation he created was too small. It was no wonder that others ignored him. Even if he relied on selling life continuing pills to earn billions or even tens of billions of gold coins, he still couldn't compare to the influence of the several great families. Because the money was all in his wallet, it didn't have much use. This was a principle that Tang Zheng had recently comprehended. Xing Feng had done all kinds of evil, but why didn't he dare to go to war with the other families? That was because the other families had too many properties and too many implications. This was not just because the big families were rich, but because their businesses were closely related to too many ordinary people. There were people from these families in all aspects of the country, and many people's lives were affected by these families. It was like a large factory with millions of workers. Would the country dare to touch this factory? Of course not, because once they did, it would cause problems in the lives of hundreds of people. This was an unstable factor, and could even cause the situation to become unstable. This was a consequence that Xing Feng could not bear. But to deal with Tang Zheng, there was no need to worry about this. He was only in the corner of ordinary balance. Moreover, he was inextricably linked to the underworld. To deal with him, it could even be justified in the name of fighting against the underworld. Tang Zheng had to turn this situation around. The only way was to make his business bigger and stronger and kidnap more people onto his ship. Whether it was the current Xing Feng or the others in the future, no one would dare to act rashly. This was influence. When Tang Zheng told them this idea, Mu Hongyan was very impressed, because this was what the big families did. For example, although the Chu family no longer had a pillar of support, it was still a big family that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. The country still would not make a move against this family. Although it was foreseeable that the Chu family would go downhill, he could still maintain his position in the short term, although his influence in front of other families would weaken a lot. After experiencing so many things, Tang Jing finally understood the essence of it. This was growth. Only by experiencing it personally could one truly understand it. Mu Hanyan was calmer than Qilin and Horfeng. She nodded at Tang Zheng, but her eyes fell on Ling. Her eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. She thought that Tang Zheng really did not lack beautiful girls. Who was this? Lin, Hu, and Huafeng also saw Linger. Huafeng could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful girl!" Tang Zheng smiled and said her name is Ling. Lin, who looked meaningfully at Tang Zheng, he thought with an evil smile, could this be young Master Tang's close female friend? AI, young Master Tang's luck with women was too good. This would make all the men in the world jealous. Tang Zheng, we have discussed a bit. Based on your opinion, we have made a detailed plan. In fact, this plan is a further refinement and improvement of the previous plan. According to what you said, our previous plan is still too small. We must aim to be number one. Mu Hongyan understood Tang Zheng's intention and said meticulously. Tang Zheng nodded with appreciation. I am most relieved when Big Sister Mu is handling things. Although we have encountered the biggest crisis not long ago, the phoenix will shine brighter after its nirvana. Our business empire is the same. Then what if the dragon group people come to make trouble? In the next few days, I will take care of this matter and completely eliminate the annoying flies from the dragon group. Tang Zheng said in high spirits. The others did not doubt whether he could do it or not. This was because they had absolute confidence in Tang Zheng. This time, we must advance in many ways. Moreover, we must expand our business empire as fast as possible. Tang Zheng said. The fastest way to see results is to acquire the existing assets. This is much faster than us, starting from scratch. Mu Hongyan analyzed. I agree. I saw that there are 3 directions in the plan: real estate, clubhouse, and hotel. The layout of each direction is a little bigger. This is very good. This is also the area that everyone is familiar with. But I am prepared to add 2 more directions on this basis. Tang Zheng said, while holding out 2 fingers. Mu Hongyan looked at him curiously. She knew that Tang Zheng's personal strength was very strong. However, his talent and ability in business was indeed average. He had never systematically studied the relevant knowledge and was used to being a shopkeeper. Therefore, she was very curious about what insights Tang Zheng would come up with. One of them is the entertainment industry. Tang Zheng lightly said. Entertainment industry? The other 3 were a little curious. Lin, who suspiciously said, Young Master Tang, you want to enter the entertainment industry. Tang Zheng nodded. This is a very profitable industry. Moreover, it is closely related to the people's spiritual life. Now that people have money, their pursuit of spiritual life is naturally higher. Therefore, whether it is a movie or a variety show, it will be very profitable. Looking at the soaring box office, there were many poorly made movies that had hundreds of millions or even billions. This was simply robbing money. It was even more profitable than him selling the life-continuing pill. Moreover, this was a sustainable way to make money. Refining the life-continuing pill required all kinds of mysterious herbs. If any of the herbs were missing, then the life-continuing pill could not be refined. Mu Hongyan thought for a while and nodded approvingly. This direction is not bad. Although the entertainment industry is very chaotic, the speed of making money is much faster than other physical industries. It's just that we are not too familiar with this industry, so we still need to recruit professionals. Tang Zheng took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Mu Hongyan. This person is in the entertainment industry. You can contact him. AI me. I've heard of this name before. A few years ago, he was a gold medal manager. He made many artists famous, but later he offended people and was almost marginalized by the entertainment industry. He did not have any artists in his hands. Mu Hongyan looked at the business card in astonishment. "Oh, this damn sissy actually lied to me." He said he was very powerful. So he was actually someone who was marginalized by the entertainment industry. Tang Zheng hatefully said, "This sissy bragged too much. AI Me is indeed very capable." He entered the entertainment industry when he was only 10 years old. In just a few short years, he became famous. If there are no accidents, he will certainly become the most powerful gold medal manager in Huaxia. Mu Hongyan asserted. "Hee, I rarely hear you praise someone like this. The entertainment industry and various rich people's lives have a lot of intersection, so I know a little about it. AI Me's incident was quite big and many people in the industry know about it. The main reason I praise him like this is because his attitude towards the artists in his hands is admirable." Tang Zheng, on the other hand, did not see anything worthy of admiration about the sissy. He takes very good care of the artists in his hands. There was once a very powerful person who wanted to use the unspoken rules on one of his artists. He slapped the other party in front of everyone. The other party was not harsh and finally used all kinds of methods to suppress him. That's why he was in such a miserable state. Hey, you really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect this sissy to be so manly. Tang Zheng was quite surprised. After all, the entertainment industry was in a mess. Many stars were just high-class prostitutes. As long as you have money and power, sleeping with others is a common occurrence. This is also the reason why there have been so many scandals in the entertainment industry in recent years. AI Me actually went against the trend. This really requires extraordinary courage. If that's the case, then I really did pick up a treasure. Let's dig him up. Tang Zheng made his decision. In fact, the reason he chose to enter the entertainment industry was because of Ling Er. Since she wants to sing and be a star, then let her be. If she signs with other companies, she will definitely be wronged. Then I'll make my own company and play according to my own rules. This way, I won't be restricted by others. Since AI Me has such a bottom line, then in the future letting him take care of Ling Er, Tang Zheng will also be relieved. If any blind person thinks he has some stinky money and wants to use the unspoken rules on Ling Er, then Tang Zheng will definitely not be lenient and beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. Chapter 5:25. Mu Hongyan and the others looked at Ling Er in shock, not knowing what kind of relationship she had with Tang Zheng for him to spend so much effort to make her popular. But, just based on her appearance, she definitely had the potential to be a star. Nowadays, there were still a few stars that walked the path of a jade girl. But Ling Er did not need any packaging. She was a fairy sister. Ling Er covered her small mouth and looked at Tang Zheng in surprise, saying, "Master, you want me to be a star? Then Ling Er can sing, right?" Obviously, she had a soft spot for singing and could not forget it. "Master." When the three heard this name, they looked at Tang Zheng strangely. He knew what the other party was thinking, so he awkwardly coughed and said, "Don't think too much. Ling Er is my little sister." Little sister, Lin, who and Fire Phoenix looked at each other and thought in their hearts, "Master, Ling Er is your servant. How could I have the qualifications to be your little sister?" Ling Er said seriously. When Tang Zheng heard this, he deliberately put on a straight face and said, "Don't talk nonsense. From now on you are my little sister. Don't tell me you won't listen to me." Ling Er shook her head like a rattle drum. "Ling Er does not dare." "Then it's decided. From now on you will have the same surname as me, Ling Er. This name sounds pretty good." Tang Zheng did not give the other party a chance to refuse. Ling Er's eyes lit up, nodding her head like she was pounding garlic, and said, "The name Master gave is really good." From now on, don't call me master, call me big brother, got it? Tang Zheng did not want others to think of him as a pervert, letting such a beautiful girl call him master. Anyone who heard this would think that there was something wrong with him. At this moment, the other three's expressions were probably the same, but they were definitely worried about his feelings and did not say it out loud. Tang Zheng also had no way to explain. As time passed, they would naturally dispel their wild guesses. Brother, Linger cried out happily. In the future, Linger will definitely serve Big Brother with all her heart. Hearing the word serve, the three people's expressions became even stranger. They were even more convinced that there was something going on between the two of them. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes helplessly and continued. Finally, the other direction is medicine. Mu Hongyan recalled the miraculous effects of the life-continuing pill, and her expression became excited. There was no doubt that Tang Zheng had an innate advantage when it came to this industry. Moreover, after this industry became bigger and stronger, it would have a greater influence than other industries because this was a matter of life and death. Therefore, Mu Hongyan was not stingy with her praise. That's a great idea. Tang Zheng also laughed and said, however, in this aspect, we need a medical professional to be a consultant. Mu Hongyan laughed and said, aren't you one? You can be considered a saint of apricot woods. You're much better than many so-called famous doctors. Haha, you're overpraising me. I can't even be considered half a bucket of water. Tang Zheng knew his own limits. He might be able to find some pill recipes, but these things could not be mass-produced. Just like the life-continuing pill, if it was mass-produced, then it would not be worth much and would cause chaos in society. Moreover, this thing could not be mass-produced. Mu Hongyan looked at him suspiciously. She did not understand why he was so modest. I found a consultant who is thousands of times better than me. In this world, there is someone who is thousands of times better than you in the field of medicine. Mu Hongyan did not believe it. The king of medicine. Tang Zheng revealed the answer. Although the king of medicine was his disciple, in his heart, the king of medicine was much better than his master in the field of medicine. He had more right to speak. Mu Hongyan said excitedly, Senior King of Medicine? Would he be willing? I heard that many pharmaceutical companies and large hospitals want to invite the King of Medicine, but he rejected them all. Tang Zheng was full of confidence. You'll know when the time comes, but I'll need you to do the specific preparations. Mu Hongyan was full of confidence. With the support of such a powerful consultant, what reason would there be for failure? Don't worry, but with such a big mess all of a sudden, your money is only enough for the initial investment. You'll definitely need more money later. Don't worry, money is not a problem. Then there's no problem. In addition, since we want to be big and strong, then we can't choose the location of our headquarters in Ordinary Balance. Mu Hongyan said, Ordinary Balance was not even a third-tier city, so it was impossible to choose the location of such a large business empire's headquarters. Tang Zheng thought for a moment and said, then where should we go? Beijing. It's the economic, political, and cultural center. Only in Beijing can we expand our influence. Tang Zheng nodded his head, okay. But Beijing is a mixed bag of crooks and dragons, and there are many local tyrants. It's also a place where many powers gather, so the difficulties we'll face will be greater. Mu Hongyan said truthfully, we're not afraid of difficulties, but we need to have the courage and boldness to face them head-on. Tang Zheng said fearlessly as he waved his fist. Mu Hongyan looked at him approvingly. She thought that this boy was maturing little by little. She didn't know how far he could go in the future, but she really looked forward to it. Tang Zheng left the office and left Linger behind because Mu Hongyan had already contacted AI me to discuss the packaging of Ling. Tang Zheng walked alone on the street, looking at the bustling crowd. He was very familiar with the city that he had lived in for nearly 20 years, and he also had a lot of feelings for it. Since he wanted to become big and strong, then he couldn't treat this city unfairly. In the future, he would definitely prioritize ordinary balance. For example, some of the medical production bases would be placed in ordinary balance. This could also be considered as giving back to the city. Unknowingly, he arrived at Pengcheng International School. The school was already on winter break, so the school was empty. Standing at the school gate, looking at the silent school, he somewhat missed his high school life. Although he had only been away for half a year, too many things had happened during this time, more than anything he had experienced before. Crazy woman, why are you still bothering us? Didn't we already give you living expenses this month? How much more do you want? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, interrupting Tang Zheng's thoughts. He subconsciously turned his head and saw two young people and an old woman with messy hair standing across the street. The two young people were dressed in bright clothes, while the old woman was clearly wearing old clothes. The contrast between the two sides was very obvious. The two young people were clearly a couple or husband and wife. They were holding hands, while the young woman was arrogantly shouting at the old woman, "You only give me 200 yuan a month. How can I live on it?" The old woman pitifully said, 200 yuan isn't enough? Then, how much more do you want? Don't tell me you want us to give you all of our salary. You are too greedy. Isn't all of this your own fault? Instead of being a good teacher, you framed your students. That's why you were expelled from school, and even your pension is gone. You have become our burden. The young woman pointed at the old woman's forehead and impolitely reprimanded. The old woman cowered, not daring to refute. Tang Zheng finally recognized the other party. That senile old woman was actually his former class teacher, Wu Cuihong. He deeply experienced how snobbish Wu Cuihong was at that time. Even so, he didn't have much hatred for Wu Cuihong. But in the end, Wu Cuihong actually stole his college entrance exam ticket, wanting him to be unable to take the college entrance exam. This kind of vicious method thoroughly angered Tang Zheng. Thus, he used his battle spirit to scare her silly. He heard that she was directly expelled by the school. But now it seemed that her spirit had returned to normal, but her life was too poor. The young couple was his son and daughter-in-law. Tang Zheng had seen them come to school before. It seemed that she was disliked by her son and daughter-in-law. Husband, let's go. Don't pay attention to her. Having this kind of mother is really too embarrassing. The young woman grabbed her husband's hand and walked away. From beginning to end, the man didn't say a word. Wu Cuihong was in a daze, but there was nothing she could do. She went to the trash can and finally found 2 mineral water bottles. She tightly held them in her hand and then went to look for the next trash can. Tang Zheng silently watched. The other party obviously didn't see him, and Tang Zheng didn't feel sad or happy. He didn't feel relieved because Wu Hongzue was not worthy of his anger or hatred. She was an insignificant person. If he hadn't met her today, Tang Zheng probably wouldn't have remembered her. Of course, he wouldn't pity her. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. All of this was her own fault. If she hadn't treated Tang Zheng like that, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. She was so tough in school, but the son she taught was like a soft egg. He actually treated his own mother like this. What an unfilial son. Tang Zheng muttered to himself, but was suddenly startled because he remembered the face at the door this morning. If Wu Cuihong's son was an unfilial son, then what was he? He guiltily shook his head and comforted himself. My situation is different from his. Even if they really are my parents, they abandoned me and didn't fulfill their responsibilities as parents. What qualifications do they have to redeem everything? But looking at the other party's attitude, it seemed like they wouldn't give up until they won back Tang Zheng's heart. What should he do? What's troubling you so much that you're frowning so much? Suddenly, a person walked over and asked curiously, Tang Zheng suddenly raised his head and saw a familiar person. "Why are you here?" Su Yingtian said with a smile. "You caused such a big commotion at the base. If I didn't come, would the dragon group come to find you first?" It's good that they came. I was worried that Xing Feng wouldn't appear." Tang Zheng hatefully said. "Xing Feng has already been scared to death by you. Right now he's hiding in the capital with layers of guards around him. It won't be easy to touch him," Su Yingtian said. "There's nothing in this world that is impossible." Tang Zheng disagreed. Su Yingtian shook his head. "You want to assassinate him, right?" Tang Zheng didn't reply, which could be considered a tacit agreement. Chapter 5:26. Tang Zheng's face was expressionless, but his heart was moved. Su Yingtian's words were not without reason. Xing Feng was only a puppet. If they killed him, the people behind him could push out others. It would be an endless stream, and Tang Zheng would be exhausted. Moreover, the country would not remain indifferent to assassinate an official of Xing Feng's level. That was because it was a challenge to the country's prestige. Just how powerful was the strength of the state of Qi? Tang Zheng did not want to test it out. Could it be that only he can kill me, but I can't do anything to him? Tang Zheng asked indignantly. Su Yingtian's lips curled. He knew that he had finally convinced Tang Zheng. He continued, "Of course not. We have to set our sights further. What we're dealing with is not just Xing Feng, but the people behind him. As long as we completely topple his backer, he will be like a snake without its fangs pulled out. He will not be much of a threat. At that time, no matter how you deal with him, no one will say anything." Tang Zheng looked at Su Yingtian with a burning gaze. "Are you trying to clear things up for him?" I, Su Yingtian, am not that bored. I am doing this for you, not for him. An outstanding young man like you will not make such a grave mistake because of Xing Feng and ruin your future," Su Yingtian said sincerely. "Oh, so kind?" Tang Zheng was not a 3-year-old child. He would not believe just anyone's words, even if they had worked together before. Why is it so hard to do a little good in this world?" Su Yingtian said with a bitter smile. "Fine, I can temporarily not kill him, but you have to promise that he will not come looking for trouble with me. I do not want my family to be in danger at all times." Su Yingtian hesitated. "If you don't agree, then there is no need for us to talk." Tang Zheng was not going to be polite with him. "All right, I promise you. I'll go find Xing Feng. Even if I have to give up my reputation, I'll make you guys stop fighting for the time being." Su Yingtian gritted his teeth and agreed. Tang Zheng nodded his head in satisfaction. Although he couldn't completely get rid of Xing Feng, he could at least maintain peace for the time being. He had to focus on developing his business empire. Only when he expanded his influence, whether it was Xing Feng or any other government officials in the future, they would not dare to act rashly. This was one of his greatest trump cards. Of course, he still had to work hard to cultivate and quickly increase his cultivation. When a person's martial strength reached a certain level, it was enough to make the enemy hesitate. Tang Zheng, in truth, if you join the National Security Bureau and obtain an official identity, this is the biggest protective talisman. Whether it is for public or private reasons, there are many benefits. Su Yingtian suggested. Tang Zheng refused without hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being lazy. I don't like it when others control me. Otherwise, it'll be counterproductive. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run." Tang Zheng naturally understood that there were benefits to gaining an official status, but there were more restrictions and restrictions. After all, he was a cultivator. How could he be willing to be restricted by the government? Su Yingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. "The National Security Agency's door has always been open for you. Whenever you want to join, I'll welcome you with open arms. Pausing for a moment, Su Yingtian's expression became serious. Tang Zheng, you know better than me what happened in the base in the desert. So I want to know what's going on with that towering tree. Your science is so advanced. Could it be that you can't detect it? Tang Zheng asked back. Su Yingtian helplessly shook his head. Science can't solve all problems. You're a cultivator, so you should understand this point. Moreover, you've auctioned off so many life-continuing pills. This kind of heaven-defying thing, can science explain it? Tang Zheng admitted that what he said wasn't wrong, but his words reminded him of another important question. How exactly do you government officials view cultivators? Su Yingtian seemed to have already expected him to ask this question. Without thinking, he said, Now is not the ancient era. Science and technology is developing, and its power cannot be underestimated. Although cultivators have many mysterious things, they're not natural enemies of the country. They cannot control the life and death of anyone. Tang Zheng softly laughed. It seems like you martial artists have a much more optimistic attitude. That's natural. The majority of martial artists have a very narrow vision. They only look at their own little piece of land and don't think about the big picture. Su Yingtian happily said, Oh, what big picture? The situation of the world. Let me ask you a question first. Why was China the best developed in ancient times? Why was it the center of the world? Why was it the golden age of all countries? Su Yingtian threw out a question that was similar to history. Today's history teachers have also talked about this question many times. They believed that the Western countries' science and technology developed faster, and Hua Xia closed up the country. Because of this, they fell behind and were passively beaten. But the answer Su Yingtian wanted was definitely not this. Tang Zheng couldn't help but bitterly think about it. Hua Xia's decline began in the last dynasty. After the cultivators were expelled, Hua Xia gradually declined and was even bullied by the Western countries. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Yingtian. He bewilderedly said, Could it be that all of this is related to the disappearance of cultivators? Su Yingtian nodded his head in praise. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Many people bitterly ponder over this question for several decades before they can understand it, but you can understand it with just a hint. Tang Zheng still felt like he was shrouded in fog and said, But I still don't understand what exactly is going on. It's very simple. Before the cultivators were expelled, they were the most powerful group in the world. Whether it was Hua Xia or the West, there was no one who could contend against the cultivators. And the cultivators are a unique product of our Hua Xia. They don't exist anywhere else. In addition, in ancient times, the West was a barren land. Normal people were not willing to set foot in it, and their development was very slow. These barren people greatly respected Hua Xia, so they sent envoys from thousands of miles away to worship and learn from them. Many of Hua Xia's technologies were learned by them. Ever since the disappearance of the cultivators, the Western countries were no longer restrained by the cultivators, so they developed rapidly and uncontrollably. Their science and technology changed with each passing day, which was why the Western powers bullied my Hua Xia, causing Hua Xia to suffer a history of humiliation that had never happened before. Su Yingtian sighed after he finished speaking, feeling extremely moved. Perhaps New Era never dreamed that the expulsion of the cultivators would leave behind such a huge problem, almost bringing Hua Xia into a situation of eternal damnation. When Tang Zheng heard this, he was flabbergasted. These words had a huge impact on him. He had always been worried that the cultivators would carry out inhumane revenge when they returned to this world. So he had always been hesitant about whether or not he should let them return to this world. According to Su Yingtian, weren't the cultivators the gospel of this world? With the cultivators, this country could once again soar and stand at the peak of the world. If the cultivators returned to this world, wouldn't it be of great benefit to the country? Tang Jing couldn't help but ask. Logically speaking, that should be the case, but the world is changing. After all, after so many years, we can't figure out what the cultivators have become, so we have to be cautious about this matter. Moreover, the cultivators have already been expelled. How can they return to this world? Didn't the demon god come back from the sky beyond? Tang Zheng reminded. Su Yingtian waved his hand. He did not take it to heart and insisted. That's just an example. It's impossible for cultivators to return on a large scale. Tang Zheng understood that the demon god could use the mountain river blood sacrifice array to summon the demon clan back, but the officials did not know about it, and Li Xiaotian did not tell the officials about it. Otherwise, Su Yingtian would not be so confident that the cultivators would not return on a large scale. Tang Zheng thought about it, but did not tell the other party this news, because words were not proof. He could not determine the true attitude of the officials towards the cultivators just based on these words. The officials were very cunning. What if Su Yingtian was just throwing a smoke bomb and did not have good intentions towards the cultivators? They had to be careful. Actually, the martial artists are very powerful now. If there is a balance between the cultivators, it is actually good for the country. Su Yingtian added. Cultivators and martial artists are like fire and water. I'm afraid there is no chance for them to get along peacefully. Tang Zheng said. It's better to have a balance when there is a struggle. Su Yingtian did not care. Tang Zheng understood. This was the official's favorite way to balance, letting the two forces fight each other, and he would benefit from it. However, the officials miscalculated one thing. The cultivators were stronger than they thought, whether it was martial artists or their self-proclaimed powerful technology. They might not be a match for the cultivators. Tang Zheng did not need to remind the other party. This would instead make them be on guard against the cultivators. Let's return to the main topic. What is going on with that big tree? Su Yingtian said. It is called the Tree of Life. It is said to be the origin of all living things. It can emit pure spiritual energy, improving the environment and air between heaven and earth. Tang Zheng paused for a moment, suddenly having a strange idea. He laughed involuntarily. Maybe the haze that shrouds everywhere will gradually dissipate under the influence of the Tree of Life. Su Yingtian was slightly startled and seriously said, Does it really have such a miraculous effect? You must have seen the yellow sand under the Tree of Life. There is already green grass growing on it. This cannot be faked. Tang Zheng reminded. Su Yingtian sighed emotionally and said, Let me tell you, these few days the grass is still spreading outwards. According to the experts, it will not be long before the boundless desert becomes a grassland, suitable for humans to live in. Tang Zheng cried out in surprise and said, It seems that the effect is better than I expected, so it really is not a lie to say that it will improve the air. Perhaps the Tree of Life will be able to solve the problems of the Environmental Protection Department. Chapter 5:27. Tang Zheng did not care whether the Ministry of Environmental Protection officials were happy or not, but thought of another situation. The Tree of Life improved the air, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth would become more and more abundant. This way, cultivators would be able to cultivate faster, and this continent would be more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. It was equivalent to preparing the external conditions for cultivators to return. Could it be that this was the will of the heavens, borrowing his hand to create such a good condition for cultivators? Su Yingtian clearly did not think of this point and continued to ask, What other magical aspects does the Tree of Life have? I don't know. You will have to find out for yourselves. Tang Zheng spread out his hands and said helplessly. At that time, there were two other people that appeared in the base. One of them was your old acquaintance, Marshall, while the other person's identity was mysterious. I was actually unable to find out anything about her. I heard that they also came to Changheng City. Do you know who they are? Su Yingtian could not help but ask Lan Yu, whom he had only met once, as if it was still fresh in his memory. I don't know. Tang Zheng replied expressionlessly. Su Yingtian looked at him deeply, but did not delve deeper, only reminding him. This woman is not simple. We are unable to determine how high her cultivation is. But I can tell you one thing. When you were trapped in the cave, she once broke into the base and started a massacre. Moreover, she was aiming for you. I only found out about this later. Tang Zheng's heart moved. She actually broke into the base for him, and even started a massacre. This was something he did not expect. One of the dragon group's mecha was destroyed by her hands. If you meet her, do not lower your guard. Su Yingtian warned. Tang Zheng's head thumped. The opponent's strength was too strong. Tang Zheng had to use a Herculean effort, and even had to use the four symbols venerable to defeat the mecha. But the opponent was able to do this alone. It was not easy. Then she was determined to improve her relationship with Tang Zheng. What could he do? Could he forcefully drive her away? The opponent was so powerful, he might not be able to do this. I wonder where she went. He subconsciously started to think, but he did not think that Lan Yu would have gone to find her grandfather directly. Lan Yu personally visited the recycle bin. When she stood in front of the mountain of junk, she couldn't help but frown. She was a bit of a clean freak. If it were in the past, she would never have come here. But now, she had no choice but to come. Besides, she also wanted to see the old man who had painstakingly raised Tang Zheng. She held her breath and walked into the yard of the recycling station. It had been expanded a lot. This was the result of the hard work of Tang Dahai and a group of old fellows in the past 6 months. Their recycle bin was doing very well. Even if Tang Dahai was taken away, a few old fellows were struggling to maintain it. Seeing that Tang Dahai had returned, the group of old fellows seemed to have found their backbone again. They rushed to tell each other and were overjoyed. "Excuse me, is Mr. Tang Dahai around?" Lan Yu took the initiative to ask. The group of old fellows in the yard all turned around and looked at the two strangers. Without a doubt, Lan Yu and Wu's temperament was incompatible with the environment. With a single glance, they could tell that the other party's identity was not ordinary. Many old fellows immediately became uneasy. They looked at the two of them uneasily and then looked at Tang Dahai. Tang Dahai walked out and suspiciously looked at the two of them and said, "I am Tang Dahai. Why are you looking for me?" In the past 6 months, after Tang Zheng had consumed the life-continuing pill, he was in high spirits. Moreover, his life had greatly improved and his temperament had also undergone a great change. If he were to walk out alone, he would definitely not be treated as an old man picking up junk. However, the honest smile that he was born with still hung on his face. Lan Yu stared at Tang Dahai as if she wanted to see every detail of him clearly. Although Tang Dahai had changed a lot, the meticulous Lan Yu could still see the traces left behind by the burden of life on his body. Lan Yu took the initiative to extend her hand and politely said, "Old man, hello, my name is Lan Yu. Nice to meet you." Tang Dahai politely said, "May I ask who you are? What business do you have with me?" Lan Yu glanced at the others and said in a low voice, "Can we find a place to talk?" Tang Dahai muttered to himself for a moment, then led the way. "Please follow me." Leading the two of them to the door of a room, Lan Yu gave Wu a look. Wu nodded in understanding and stood at the door with his arms crossed, like a door god. The others whispered to each other, discussing who these two people were to put on such airs. Tang Dahai was also guessing the other party's identity. He poured a cup of water for Lan Yu and asked straightforwardly, "Can we talk now?" Lan Yu's expression became serious and said, "Old man, I want to hear the details of how you picked up Tang Zheng." "Little Zheng." Tang Dahai was startled. His expression became strange. "This is already an adult's past. It's not worth mentioning. But I'm very interested. I wonder if old master can let me get what I want." Lan Yu looked at the other party with a burning gaze and asked without giving up. Tang Dahai was not an idiot. Now that so many things had happened, and the other party was obviously here for Tang Zheng, he immediately thought wrongly. He thought that the other party was here to cause trouble for Tang Zheng again, which was why he wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. The old man's heart was filled with a rare anger, and he said indignantly, "Are you people done yet? How did my grandson offend you? Why do you want to kill him?" Lan Yu was startled for a moment, then immediately understood that Tang Dahai had misunderstood her. She felt a little sad, but also a little relieved. At least Tang Dahai was truly concerned about Tang Zheng, and this relationship between grandfather and grandson was not the least bit fake. Lan Yu was not angry, but instead gently explained, "Old man, you misunderstood. I am not here to deal with Tang Zheng. I have no ill intentions towards him, towards you." You still want to lie to me. Seeing that you are so beautiful, why do you like to lie so much? Let me tell you, you can't lie. You will suffer the consequences of your own actions in the future. Tang Dahai sincerely taught, "Old master, I am telling the truth. I have no ill intentions towards Tang Zheng, and will protect him at all costs." Lan Yu said with certainty. Tang Dahai was stunned, and looked at the other party dumbfoundedly and asked in bewilderment, "You are not one of those people who came to cause trouble for little Zheng?" Lan Yu shook her head. "Of course not." "Then who are you?" Lan Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "I am his biological mother." Tang Dahai cried out in alarm and jumped up from his chair. He stared at Lan Yu in disbelief and stammered, You. For a long time he was unable to say a word. In fact, he had fantasized that Tang Zheng's family would come to find him. But after waiting for nearly 20 years, not a single person came to find Tang Zheng. In the end, he no longer held any hope, and guessed that maybe when the other party abandoned Tang Zheng, they never thought that they would come to find him again. But at this moment, a living person stood in front of him and said that she was Tang Zheng's biological mother. How could he not be surprised? Outside the house, a group of old fellows heard Tang Dahai scream, and looked at each other at the same time, thinking that maybe the woman wanted to harm the old fellow. The group of people became excited and shouted as they rushed forward, "You are not allowed to hurt old Tang, or else we old fellows will fight it out with you." Wu stood at the door, and with one man guarding the pass, 10,000 people could not get through. Who could break through? But she did not make a move on these people, and only used a gentle force to shake them all away. Hearing the shouting outside the door, Tang Dahai hurriedly said that he was fine, and told everyone to disperse and not to worry about him. Only then did the group of old fellows give up. Tang Dahai finally calmed down, and his eyes became very complicated. He bitterly asked, "Why is it that after so many years, all of you did not ask about little Zheng, and only came to find him now? Do you know how much he wanted you to come find him when he was young, so that he could have a father and mother and a complete family?" Hearing this, Lan Yu's brows revealed a pained expression and said, "I always thought that he was no longer in this world, but the heavens pitied him and let him meet a kind person like you." No longer in this world? If I hadn't accidentally picked him up back then, I'm afraid that he really wouldn't be in this world anymore. Tang Dahai said snappily, "Yes, this is all my fault. Back then, I didn't protect him well and was a villain who harmed him. This is all because I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a mother. Old master, no matter if you scold me or hit me, I won't have a single word of complaint, because I brought this upon myself." Lan Yu was dejected and said with tears in her eyes, "Someone wants to harm him? But he's still a baby. Who could be so heartless?" Tang Dahai would not hit or scold her, but he was shocked by this news. Lan Yu shook her head. "It's hard to explain what happened back then. The child was stolen from me. At that time, I had just given birth to him, and my body was weak, so I didn't have the strength to protect him. That's why the villain took advantage of this opportunity. Too vicious to actually make a move on a baby. If I were to meet him, I would risk my old bones to get an explanation for little Zhang. Tang Dahai was so angry that his face turned red, and he said indignantly. Seeing him reveal his sincere feelings, Lan Yu said from the bottom of her heart, "He is more fortunate to have a grandfather like you than a mother like me. You are more competent than me. No wonder his feelings for you are so deep, and he isn't even willing to say a word to me, let alone forgive me." Hearing this, Tang Dahai's heart thumped, and he nervously asked, "You've seen little Zhang?" Lan Yu dejectedly nodded her head, "But he doesn't want to see me at all. This mother of mine is really the world's biggest failure of a mother." Hearing this, Tang Dahai suddenly felt a little frightened. His grandson was his only support and had been his spiritual support for all these years. Now that his family had found him, his grandson was no longer his, but someone else's. Chapter 5:28. Lan Yu's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She immediately supported him and called out, "Old master, what happened to you?" Tang Dahai was hit by this sudden turn of events. He fainted and lost consciousness. Unable to wake him up, Lan Yu was deeply afraid that he would have an accident. Then, she really didn't want to recognize Tang Zhang, so she hurriedly picked up the old man and rushed out. "Let's go to the hospital." When the other old fellows saw this, they turned pale with fright. "What did you do to old Tang? If you dare to hurt him, his grandson little Zhang will not let you off." Wu was also stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, could it be that mistress had injured him? She didn't have time to think about it carefully, seeing that her mistress had already rushed out of the courtyard. She quickly chased after her. Tang Zhang and Su Yingtian parted ways. Su Yingtian returned to Beijing with the information he needed. He also wanted to fulfill the promise he made to Tang Zhang and get Xing Feng to stop fighting for the time being. Tang Zhang had just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood when he saw an old man rushing over. He recognized that this man was one of his grandfather's old friends. "Little Zhang, something big happened to your grandfather, and he was sent to the hospital." The old man's face was red as he said breathlessly. Tang Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked, "What happened to my grandfather?" "Two women came to look for him today. I don't know what happened in the room. Your grandfather was carried out and unconscious. The others have already chased him to the hospital. I specially came to inform you." "Two women?" Tang Zhang's eyes flashed. He guessed that it must be that woman and Wu. Speaking of which, he still did not know what that woman's name was. However, at this moment, he did not have a good impression of these two people, only a burning anger. They actually went crazy and attacked his grandfather. That was absolutely unforgivable. He immediately hailed a taxi and sped to the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, he immediately saw Wu. Wu also saw him and quickly walked over to welcome him. However, before she could even open her mouth, she saw Tang Zhang attack. This move was extremely sharp. Marshall hurriedly blocked it, but with a muffled bang, she flew out like a kite with a broken string, fiercely crashing into the wall. Tang Zhang didn't give the other party a chance to speak. His anger exploded. When the others saw his murderous look, they all kept quiet out of fear. Tang Zhang coldly snorted. He did not care about Wu at all. Moreover, this move could not harm her life. It was just a small lesson. Ignoring Marshall, who was struggling to get up, Tang Zhang had already rushed through the door. Marshall's face was pale. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Little Zhang, this lady might be your family. How could you make a move on her?" Lan Yu heard this and generously waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. If he hits me, I will willingly accept it. Master's wife, you." Wu Zhang wanted to refute, but was stopped by Lan Yu, causing Wu to stare at Tang Zhang with dissatisfaction. Old friends, you guys go back first. This is a small matter of our family. I've troubled everyone. Tang Dahai persuaded the others to leave, and the ward quieted down. Little Zheng, I have something to say to you. Didn't you always want to have a father and mother when you were young? Now that your family has found you, you've gotten what you wanted. Tang Dahai squeezed out a smile, but it had a bitter taste. My family only has you, grandfather. You were the one who raised me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Tang Zheng immediately retorted. Tang Dahai's face darkened and said, Nonsense. How did I teach you since you were young? In life, one must first be filial. No matter how great a person's achievements are, if they do not know filial piety, then they are not considered a person. Your life was given to you by your parents, so you must be filial to your parents. But they have already abandoned me. The only reason I didn't die was because I met grandfather, so my life was already returned to them when they abandoned me. Tang Zheng said resolutely and decisively. Tang Dahai flew into a rage. He blew at his beard and stared, berating. Outrageous! If they did not give you life, would you have met me? Would you have been able to see this wonderful world? So, in the end, you have to thank your parents for giving birth to you. I only have the grace of raising you. Tang Dahai previously fainted because he could not accept the fact that Tang Zheng was leaving him, because Tang Zheng was his motivation to live on. But now that he had recovered, although he still could not bear to part with Tang Zheng, the principle of right and wrong in his bones prevented him from doing anything that went against the principle of righteousness. What was righteousness? The grace of his parents was a great grace. This was his righteousness. No matter what, he would not go against it. He also did not want Tang Zheng to go against it and bear the infamy of being a traitor. This was Tang Dahai's most simple way of thinking. As a grandfather, he had the most sincere feelings for his grandson. Even if he felt wronged in his heart, he still had to protect his grandson. In my heart, grandfather's grace of raising me is greater than the grace of giving birth to me. Tang Zheng straightened his neck and said unyieldingly, Nonsense, you want to anger me to death? Tang Dahai raised his hand and wanted to slap him, but he could not. He could not bear to. Looking at his grandfather's angry and sad appearance, Tang Zheng was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Lan Yu was previously worried that the old man would make things difficult for her, but now she realized that she was really measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Although the old man did not read many books and did not have much experience, he was more righteous than many of the so-called dignified gentlemen. He had a simple and kind heart. In comparison, Lan Yu could not help but feel inferior. Old man, don't say any more. This is not little Zheng's fault. He is right, it is all my fault. As a mother, I was unable to protect my child. This is a mother's dereliction of duty. I do not have the qualifications to ask for anything else. Lan Yu suddenly knelt in front of Tang Dahai, tears flickering in her eyes as she said in a tearful voice, Master's wife, you absolutely cannot. Wu was shocked. In her heart, her master's wife had always been high and mighty, but at this moment she was kneeling in front of an old man who did not know martial arts. She wanted to pull her master's wife up, but the other party was like a huge boulder, not moving at all. Tang Zheng was also a little surprised, and the anger that had been accumulating couldn't help but decrease a little. Tang Dahai was shocked and immediately resisted the urge to sit up, pulling Lan Yu with all his might, shouting, You can't, you can't. I am an old man, how can you kneel to me? Hurry up and get up, get up. Lan Yu did not move at all and said emotionally, Old man, you are little Zheng's grandfather, so you are my elder, so it is natural for me to kneel to you. Moreover, you raised him up, so even if I were to kneel in front of you, I would not be able to repay this kindness. Sai, you're exaggerating. Quickly get up, little Zheng. What are you in a daze for? Quickly help your mother up, Tang Dahai ordered. Although Tang Zheng was unwilling, Seeing that his grandfather was about to get angry, he reluctantly supported Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at him in a daze, but still did not move. Tang Zheng fiercely used his strength, but the other party was still as steady as a rock. Only now did he understand that Su Yingtian was not lying. Her strength was truly unfathomable, and he was definitely not her opponent. Just now, she could easily dodge his attack, but she did not dodge. "Old man, this is what I should do. I kneel down not only to thank you for your kindness, but also to atone for my own sins." Lan Yu said, "What sin? What sin? If you still want to kneel, then I will also get off the bed and kneel." Tang Dahai had never been kneeled in his life. Chapter 5:29. Tang Dahai did not like others kneeling to him, nor was he willing to kneel to others. Moreover, how could he, who was simple in his bones, accept such a big gift? Lan Yu was forced to stand up and support Tang Dahai. "Old man, lie down first. Don't tire yourself out." Tang Dahai let out a long breath, the corner of his mouth squeezed out a smile, and said, "You mother and son have reunited. Have a good chat first." "I have nothing to talk about with her," Tang Zheng said with a straight face. "Who said there is nothing to talk about? We must talk," Tang Dahai said firmly. Tang Zheng was helpless, as he did not want to go against his grandfather's orders. Lan Yu said with a smile, "Old man, since the child is not willing, I will not force him." "How am I forcing him?" "This child is usually very obedient, but at critical times he likes to be stubborn with a bull's temper. This is all because I did not teach him well," Tang Dahai said with a calm face. "Old man, you are modest. It is because you taught him well that he has today's achievements," Lan Yu said from the bottom of her heart. Although Tang Dahai did not have much culture and was a rough person, and the conditions were so difficult, teaching a child like Tang Zheng was indeed a feat that many wealthy families could not achieve. The corner of Tang Dahai's mouth revealed a trace of a relieved smile as he kindly looked at Tang Zheng. "With your words, then my 20 years of hard work have not been in vain." Seeing his grandfather's attitude, Tang Zheng knew that he could not avoid it this time. He said to Lan Yu in a bad mood, "Come out and talk." Lan Yu was flattered and hurriedly nodded. "Okay, let's go out and talk." Tang Dahai did not forget to remind him, "Little Zheng, speak properly. Don't put on a bitter face, understand?" Tang Zheng reluctantly squeezed out a smile at his grandfather and walked out of the ward with Lan Yu. When they arrived at the stairwell, he looked at her with an unkind expression and said, "I don't know what you are planning. You actually went to find my grandfather and angered him to the point of being hospitalized. Do you think I will forgive you?" Lan Yu's face was full of shame. She took a deep breath and said, "Child, I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness. Before I went to find the old man, I didn't think that things would turn out like this. This is my fault. I apologize to you." Looking at her sincere expression, Tang Zheng could not help but think of the martial order sect master. These two people seemed to be very different. The martial order sect master always had a straight face and did not smile, giving Tang Zheng the impression that he was cold and heartless. However, Lan Yu really had too much of a motherly radiance. He had made things difficult for her time and time again, and even attacked her, but she did not complain at all. Instead, she took the initiative to admit her mistakes and ask for forgiveness. Everyone's heart was made of flesh. Tang Zheng's tone also softened a little. "Then what exactly do you want?" "I just want to see you. I want to hear how you've been through all these years. I want to have another me in your life from now on," Lan Yu said expectantly. Tang Zheng frowned and asked, "You're so sure that I'm your son?" "Of course. Perhaps before I saw you I would have doubted it. However, after seeing you, this feeling of connection between mother and son will not lie to me." How come I don't feel it?" Tang Zheng said without any trace of politeness. You will feel it in the future. Lan Yu said without any objection. Then why did you abandon me in the past? This was the question that Tang Zheng was most confused about. When he was young, he had asked the sky many times, but no one answered him. Even though he was now an adult, he still wanted to know the answer to this question. It's a long story. In short, as a mother, I did not protect my own child. This is my fault. Lan Yu did not try to defend herself. Instead, she took the blame. I don't need such a general answer. I want a detailed answer. Tang Zheng was not satisfied. Don't worry, I will tell you the whole story. This is related to the martial order's complicated matters. It is not something that can be explained in a few words. Moreover, this is related to the safety of your life in the future. In the future? Could it be that I'm still in danger? Tang Zheng was flabbergasted. Lan Yu nodded, yes. Back then, someone wanted to harm you. Although the main culprit is no longer in this world, he still has some remnants. If he knows that you are still in this world, I'm afraid that he will not let this matter rest and will harm you. Tang Zheng laughed coldly and said, Back then I was just a baby in swaddling clothes. You could decide my life and death at will. However, I am no longer a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. To be honest, although he did not remember what happened back then, the other party had actually made a move on a baby who did not know anything. This enmity was too great. Tang Zheng would not turn a blind eye to it. Even if the other party did not come looking for him, he would not let them go. Seeing him make such a solemn vow, Lan Yu's face revealed a gratified expression. She praised, You've really grown up. Don't worry. Back then, I was weak after giving birth, which gave the bad people a chance to take advantage of me. Now, if anyone wants to harm you, they will have to step over my dead body first. Tang Zheng's eyebrows jumped. Her tone and expression were definitely not right. If anyone really wanted to deal with Tang Zheng, she would not hesitate to give up her life to protect him. Tang Zheng was somewhat moved. He was a person who knew how to be grateful. How could he not be moved when a person was so good to him? However, when he thought of the fact that he was abandoned back then, Tang Zheng's heart became stone again. He still had a straight face and asked, Then who wanted to harm me back then? Who wants to harm me now? Lan Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Martial organizations, sect master. Martial organizations, sect master? Didn't Marshall say that I was his son? No, it's not the current sect master, but the previous sect master. When I gave birth to you, he said that you were not suited to practice martial arts. Instead, you had the 9-yang saint body that only appears once in 1,000 years. This is a very suitable physique for cultivators. The martial organization's mission is to kill all the cultivators in the world. He immediately decided to kill you to prevent you from becoming a powerful cultivator that can threaten martial artists in the future. Tang Zheng's heart was in turmoil. The previous martial organization's sect master really had a pair of fiery eyes. He actually recognized his physique. Moreover, he knew too much. He knew that this kind of rare physique would not be small and would threaten the existence of the martial organization. The previous sect master decided to sacrifice your little life in order to prevent the martial organization from being ridiculed by the world. All of this was done behind my back. By the time I found out, it was already too late. I thought that you had already fallen under his evil hands. Lan Yu said in agony, Why didn't I die? Why did I come to this ordinary balance? Lan Yu shook her head. I don't know either. I'm afraid that only one person knows the answer. Who? Your birth father, my husband, the current martial organization's sect master. Him. Tang Zheng could not help but recall that stern face. From his eyes, he could see the kindness of a father. On the contrary, it was the decisiveness of a superior. Why is he the only one who knows? Because of the jade pendant on your body. That jade pendant is the keepsake of the successor of the martial organization's sect master. Back then, your father was the successor of the martial organization's sect master. This jade pendant was always with him. Later on, it appeared on your body. Therefore, only he knows what happened back then. Lan Yu also wanted to know the answer. She could not wait to fly back and ask her husband clearly. Then where did the previous sect master go? Towards this enemy. Tang Zheng could not ignore it. He's already dead. He got lucky. Since he's dead, why do you say that I'm still in danger? Although he's dead, his influence still exists. Although the martial sect has a new sect master, many old people are still thinking about the old sect master. If they knew that you weren't dead, these old people would definitely not let this matter rest. Tang Zheng frowned and said, "That's not right." Since that's the case, then why is this sect master still thinking about it and asking Wu to do everything he can to get me to go to the martial sect? Isn't this throwing himself into a trap? I know that too. Lan Yu shook her head. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes, and with a flash of inspiration, he said, "Could it be that he wants to kill me like the previous sect master?" But in the next moment, he rejected this thought. If the other party really wanted to make a move on him, then he wouldn't have sacrificed his martial arts to save his life in the 10,000 huge mountains. No, he's your father after all. How could he do anything to you? As expected, Lan Yu immediately retorted. Tang Zheng was unable to calm down after all. He asked snappily, "Back then, your body was weak and you couldn't protect me. Could it be that his body is also weak?" "No, you don't know how powerful the old sect master is. No one is his match. In the martial sect, his words carry weight. Even the successor doesn't dare to go against him." Could it be that if the other party wanted to kill his son, he would turn a blind eye to it? Tang Zheng asked disdainfully. Lan Yu was speechless. Although Tang Zheng was furious, his interest was also piqued. Back then, this matter was undoubtedly a secret of the martial sect, and no one else would know about it. Since he was involved, then he had to get to the bottom of it. No matter what happened back then, in short, this was too cruel to an infant child. Today, you guys are spouting nonsense, so don't think that I can easily forgive you guys. Furthermore, my surname is Tang now, not any other surname. Tang Zheng said resolutely. Right. What is the current martial sect master called? He was an orphan adopted by the old sect master. He followed the old sect master's surname Wu and was named Jun Shan. However, very few people know this name. Lan Yu said, "Wu Jun Shan." Tang Jing muttered and said happily, "Fortunately, I didn't stay in the martial sect. Otherwise, using this surname would be a lifetime of shame." Seeing him so resolute, Lan Yu didn't correct him. Perhaps, in her heart, she also had a natural resistance to this surname. "Child, it's impossible for your identity to be hidden from too many people. As long as they know about this matter, they definitely won't let it go. So, from now on, you have to stay by my side so that I can protect you," Lan Yu warned. "I don't need your protection." Tang Zheng flatly refused. Lan Yu stubbornly said, "I know you are angry at me, and I also know that you are very powerful. However, the enemy cannot be underestimated. When they join forces, the explosive power will put you in danger. I have the responsibility and the obligation to protect you. Just treat this as making up for my mistake back then." Tang Zheng didn't appreciate her kindness and coldly said, "There is no need. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir." I have been like this for so many years, and I will be like this in the future. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.